The hut breathes like a lung under the cold night. Thatch shifts, a soft crackle over beams as though something brushes the roof. Inside, a family sleeps low. Mats on earth, fire reduced to coals, air scented with ash and goat hide. A dog lifts its head. The bark stays trapped in its throat, ears tilting toward the door where a thin rattling sound ticks against wood. A child stirs and whimpers. The mother places a hand over the tiny chest to quiet it. Somewhere in the dark, footsteps that do not belong to man or beast press lightly, pattering without weight. They circle once, twice, then fade. But the dog will not lie down again. Quick note: if you enjoy deep dive folklore like this, consider subscribing. Only if you actually like it. The story begins not with sight, but with tension. A ripple in a community certain of its unseen neighbors. Among the Zulu of the early 1800s, no night was entirely empty. The homestead, or umuzi, was more than walls. It was a boundary between the living and those who might trespass from worlds next door. Spirits of ancestors were welcomed, often fed through ritual, but other beings were less welcome, mischievous or malicious. One of these would gain a name that carried through time and talk, the Tikoloshe. Here, belief is no quaint afterthought. Life and land were ordered by the sense that every breath had company. Streams carried whispers, hills hid watchers, graves were as alive as any market. Animism, the conviction that spirit moves through every stone and root, was not philosophy. It was safety net and law. Children were taught to greet the morning sun, to greet elders, and to greet unseen kin. Yet they were also taught to keep feet tucked at night, to keep charms near, and never to laugh too loudly when someone spoke of the little one with crooked feet. The Tikoloshe, in earliest shape, is not always the nightmare press modern retellings offer. It begins as a trickster, small, sly, capable of both humor and harm. Oral historians describe it as dwarf-like, sometimes hairy, sometimes smooth as clay, sometimes cloaked in waterweed. It can slip into huts, pinch food, tie knots in hair. But the mischief is a mask. Beneath is a capacity for illness and death, a whisper that a cousin's fever or a calf's wasting might have help from unseen hands. Think of the political landscape. By the 19th century, the Zulu kingdom is rising, Shaka consolidating power, clans folding into larger spheres. Authority is visible, armed, and often brutal. Yet even kings cannot police the invisible. The Tikoloshe belongs to the old places, the river bends, the fields at dusk. It is born of a world where harm can be hired. Sangomas, the healers and diviners, speak of it not only as wild spirit, but as servant, something that can be sent. Jealousy, revenge, the quiet settling of scores. The creature finds work here. The sound you imagined earlier, the patter around the hut, could be nothing. It could be wind, or it could be the story's favorite trick. To remind every listener that doubt is a privilege of the untested. Villagers did not doubt when livestock fell suddenly ill, when a man wasted away after quarreling with a neighbor, when a child claimed to see a small thing slip under the sleeping mat. They raised beds on bricks to keep space beneath, believing the creature could not reach high. They sprinkled ash. They watched the tongues of dogs. This first section keeps its focus narrow, like a lens slowly widening. We see the daily life, the structures of belief, the sense that the unseen world is not other, but part of the same fabric. A Tikoloshe is not a solitary goblin. It is a thread in the weave of community fears and powers. To understand it, one must understand why certain nights were feared more than others, why a woman's stillbirth or a sudden madness could shake an entire compound. Imagine the hills south of what is now KwaZulu-Natal. Night here is thick. Cattle pens smell of dung and dust. Stars sit heavy, closer than you think. Each homestead has a fence, each fence a gate, and each gate is a moral line. When something crosses it, footprints may be found in sand too shallow to hold them, or no footprints at all. Oral accounts tell of men seeing a shape only a child's height, yet moving with cunning. Others insist it can vanish, turning to a tuft of grass or the shimmer of heat. Many people still think that it was an invention to scare children or to explain crimes, but the consistency of the fear says otherwise. So what do you think? This world, this opening pulse of the tale, is neither pure superstition nor pure fact. It is a memory system. To believe in the Tikoloshe is to believe that actions echo, that harm can be called, and that safety is never passive. The patter outside that hut, the dog with ears trembling. These are the first signals of a world where mischief can turn to malice before dawn. The world of the Tikoloshe broadens as dawn strikes that same homestead. The coals are ash now. The dog finally lies flat, but the mother wakes with the memory of soft rattling at the door. She lifts the reed mat, checks beneath the bed raised on bricks, and looks for the smallest things. A scuff in the dust, a knot in the child's hair, a clay charm misplaced. None of these prove a spirit has passed, yet in her mind, the night is not forgotten. The unseen is part of the morning chores. In the Zulu worldview of the 19th century, the line between daily tasks and spiritual vigilance is thin. Milking cattle is done with words of thanks to ancestors. Beer is poured not just for thirst, but for spirits watching. To plant is to ask permission. To cut is to remember who walked the land before you. So when something goes wrong, a sudden illness, a twisted ankle, or milk that curdles before it cools, the explanation rarely stops at coincidence. It seeks pattern. It seeks intention. This is the soil where the Tikoloshe thrives. At the core is ancestor veneration, the belief that family continues beyond the grave, that bones and bloodlines hold voices still capable of guidance or displeasure. A homestead's dead are buried close, often inside or just beyond the kraal, cattle enclosure, making the circle of the living and the departed physically tight. Offerings of meat, grain, beer are common. A lack of respect might bring misfortune. And alongside these revered spirits are lesser forces, nature beings, tricksters, things outside the family line. They are not evil in the Western sense, but unpredictable. The Tikoloshe belongs here. It is spoken of as a little one, sometimes a dwarf-like man, sometimes part animal, sometimes a water spirit that crawls from streams. It can be summoned, some say, by witches or jealous kin. It can act alone, drawn to chaos or laughter. In some villages, its presence is linked to sexual mischief or revenge. In others, it is blamed for theft or even sudden death in sleep. Its form is elastic, its role shifting with the needs of the storyteller. The 19th century is not a quiet backdrop. The Zulu kingdom, forged under Shaka, reigning roughly 1816-1828, is consolidating territory, fighting rivals, and encountering colonial interests. Missionaries and traders are entering the region. Christian doctrine and British law arrive with them. To the Zulu, these outsiders often seem blind to the unseen. They build schools, offer medicine, and speak of one God, but dismiss the living spirits of river and hill. Such dismissal sometimes deepens the hold of older beliefs, for when an official says, "It is nothing," the heart remembers the footsteps in the night. In this atmosphere, the Tikoloshe becomes both household concern and quiet weapon. Elders teach children to watch for signs: a pot tipped over without cause, a sudden coldness in a hut, a dog growling at a corner. Beds are lifted off the ground not for comfort, but to create distance. Why? Because tradition holds that the creature is short, barely waist-high. Some say it cannot climb easily. This also gives rise to protective measures, apotropaics, simple rituals to keep mischief away. A sprinkle of salt by the threshold, ash circles drawn in secret, certain charms made from herbs and clay buried near the doorway. Sangomas, diviners, might prepare snuff or powders to scatter on paths. These are not spells as much as community knowledge, taught and tested through generations. What might surprise an outsider is that these acts are done without constant terror. A Zulu family does not live in panic. Rather, it moves with an awareness that the world is layered. A story told by a grandmother at dusk is not entertainment. It is insurance. She warns, "Do not whistle at night," or "Keep your feet inside the blanket," and the child listens. Whether the Tikoloshe comes or not, the act of believing keeps attention sharp. Across villages, details shift. Some say the Tikoloshe rides invisible animals. Some say it drinks milk left out for ancestors. Others insist it is more a servant than a wild creature, sent to harm by those who envy cattle or land. Here, the idea of witchcraft accusations threads into the story. A death is rarely left without an answer. The living seek cause. If someone benefits from another's misfortune, suspicion grows. And the Tikoloshe is a convenient explanation, a silent actor that leaves little trace but much tension. From an ethnographic angle, these beliefs serve functions. They reinforce rules of behavior, strengthen social bonds, and sometimes justify conflict. They also offer comfort. If harm has reason, it can be addressed. If the unseen can be named, it can be bargained with. Picture a traveler arriving from Port Natal, Durban, in the 1830s. He stays in a village, notes the raised beds, the whispered prayers. At night, he hears laughter from the huts, and then, just before sleep, silence. Later, he writes in his journal of strange customs against a goblin. His words are dismissive, yet the custom continues long after his ship sails. Rhetorical hook. Have you ever heard something at night that made you hold your breath, even though you knew there was nothing there? That moment of stillness is what the Tikoloshe lives in. By the end of this section, the creature's place in Zulu life is clear. Not a stray fairy tale, but a companion shadow to ancestor respect, kin politics, and everyday caution. Its mischief is framed by rules, its power bounded by rituals, but its name lingers. And always, in the corner of the hut, a dog keeps its ears pricked toward the unseen. Smoke from the morning hearth climbs the thatch and threads the openings like gray ribbon. Someone has crushed a handful of impefo, aromatic wild sage burned as incense, onto the embers, and its clean, resinous scent climbs into the cool. Children step carefully around the clay ukamba, a beer pot set aside for offerings, while elders exchange greetings that include more than the living. The day gathers itself with chores, but the talk leans to the same place the dog's ears leaned last night, to presences. He feels it. She frames it. They give it names. To place the Tikoloshe properly, the morning must widen out to include the full sky of Zulu belief. At the highest, there is Unkulunkulu, the great, great one, spoken of as creator and first ancestor. Many also speak of Umvalinkangi, the one who appeared first, as a sky power linked with thunder and the origins of things. These are not gods with temples and daily cults. They are remembered and invoked at moments of weight, in praise poetry and ritual appeals before plantings, weddings, or war. Most days, the immediate relationship of a household is with Amadlozi or Amatango, ancestor spirits bound by blood and place. A grandmother's bones lie close in the ground. Her voice, it is believed, lies closer still. Ancestor veneration lights much of the homestead's inner life. Meat is set aside from a slaughter. Beer is poured onto earth. A child's illness draws men and women to the diviner's hut, where bone lots rattle in a shallow tray. Here, a sangoma, diviner guided by spirit, listens to whispers carried in dreams and in the movement of bones. There, an inyanga, herbalist healer, pounds bark and roots, compounding umuthi, medicine, with confident rhythm. In this layered world, a night disturbance is not merely a noise. It is a relation out of balance, a visitor who must be understood within the chains of kin and obligation. Around the circle of the Amadlozi stand other beings. Some inhabit waters, some travel in winds, some drape themselves over rocks or trees. Certain serpents are not to be killed, for a snake may be an ancestor messenger. To strike it is to strike the family's own soul shadow. Storms may carry personalities, lightning thought of as a sign of divine attention. Protection against it is brewed via intalazi, a protective herbal mixture sprinkled at thresholds and on the skin. There is unomkubulwan, associated with rain and fertility, honored in some places with girls' rites thanking the land for its bounty. There is Inkanyamba, the storm serpent said in some valleys to churn lakes and command winds. And there are mischief spirits and hungry things, the edges of whose personalities blur where stories cross. They are not the center of worship. They are the center of caution. On this ring of caution, the Tikoloshe takes a seat. He, and sometimes it, for pronouns drift with mood and region, is a mischief being first, short, quick, partial to disruption, and an instrument second, a force that can be directed. Elders describe him with the casual specificity that marks truths felt more than measured. A dwarf-like figure with a long head, or a small bare man with tufted hair, or a clay-colored thing with a single red eye, or a water-slick creature, weed clinging to limbs as if it has just shouldered through reeds. In one village, he laughs like a child before he bites. In another, he moves without sound and leaves only a cold on the mats. The word Tikoloshe itself dances with spellings across tongues and time. This fluidity is not a weakness of the tradition, but its strength. The capacity to adapt the outline to what a given night demands. He is not alone in the mischief class. Lakanyana, a famous trickster child in Zulu folktales, plays havoc with pride and greed, teaching by reversal and slyness. He is lore's courtroom jester, not a spirit that visits the hut. Umkovu, by contrast, is feared as a maid thing, a reanimated servant under a witch's control, an idea that surfaces when sudden wealth or tireless labor begs for an unholy explanation. Izithunzi, the shadows, can mean ghosts or projections of a person's Izithunzi, their aura, dignity, spiritual standing. These terms overlap, bend, and sometimes contradict each other in memory. But in every case, the emphasis is the same. People are not alone in their action. Every choice touches a web. Against this web, the Tikoloshe explores the gaps, the places where custom thins, where jealousy slips between words, where laughter at the wrong time opens a door. The creature moves at the level of daily food and quarrels. It may sour milk, hide a tool, spoil a marriage bed, or press a sleeper until the breath cannot rise. The press is remembered clearly. A man awakens unable to move. A woman's voice fails under invisible hands. Today, we might reach for sleep paralysis, waking before the body unfreezes as an explanation. In the 19th century, the vocabulary is spiritual. The press is a messenger, which is to say, an accusation. Who sent it? Who benefits? To talk of sending is to approach a darker side of the belief map. Not all spirits are wild. Some are thought to be hired. An umthakati, a harmful magic user, the witch of colonial translation, could, according to testimony, shape, lure, or command a being like the Tikoloshe. There are whispered techniques. Here we will keep the details at a respectful distance. Clay molded with personal leavings, hair bound with knot and chant, a dead thing bent to service and forced to move. These methods are never described publicly without condemnation. They live in rumors and in the margins of diviner consultations. The important thread is social. When belief makes harm intentional, the village must decide who among them is the author. In the homestead, daily acts reference the greater structure, everyday theology in practice. A father pours beer from the ukamba and names a grandfather. A mother smells the mfefo and thinks of a sister lost in childbirth. Children at play sing a rhyme in which a tiny thief tries to steal a chicken and is chased by a dog with red eyes. There, the motif the elders mention, red eyes at the edge of the kraal, a warning across many stories. The rhyme turns dread into rhythm so that fear can be carried without breaking the day. Folklore is not just tale. It is the arrangement of weight to allow life to move, because the world is ordered in relationship. What the Tikoloshe does is not random. He favors times and places, the hour before dawn when birds are not yet loud, the stream bank where reed beds twist in panting winds, the cool hollow beneath a sleeping mat where breath falls heavy. He likes certain objects and shuns others. A scatter of salt is said to sting him. Snuff flung into doorways confuses his path. Polished river stones set in a triangular pattern under the bed give him pause. A thread of goat hair tied around a wrist or foot is a small apotropaic, a protection against harm. None of this is a universal rule book. It is a kit built by households from fragments of ancestral advice and the remembered successes of neighbors. The kit extends to language, the deep glue. Izabongo, praise names, are recited not only for chiefs and famous warriors, but for families and their dead. A man calls his line and, in calling, strengthens the shield between himself and mischief. A woman instructs her daughter in Halanafa, respect language and conduct around in-laws and elders, because correct speech and gesture are in themselves medicine. Every bow, every softened syllable says to spirits and neighbors alike, "This house holds order." That claim matters when the night scratches at the door. If outsiders sometimes reduced this order to superstition, some observers were more careful. In 1837, 1838, Francis Owen, an English missionary, lived at Umgungundlovu, the capital of King Dingaan. His diary, kept during the months before and after the killing of Piet Retief in February 1838, notes snuff-taking, dreams treated as messages, and strict attention to omen and praise poetry in the royal homestead. His interpretations are missionary-colored, but the notations give a time-stamped glimpse. In the very years colonial observers arrive in greater numbers, the Zulu court and countryside move within a cosmology where ancestors speak and mischief has names. Consider how hierarchies map between heaven and homestead. Power descends from unkulunkulu, umvelinkangi to the shades, from king to clan heads to household elders. When a mischief spirit intrudes, the response ascends that same ladder in miniature. The family tries household protections. If the trouble persists, a diviner is consulted. If rumor points to another homestead's jealousy, elders convene to cool tempers, or when cooling fails, to accuse. Because the invisible can be used, any conflict risks becoming a spiritual one. A hurt pride might escalate into talk of a sent being. This is why a small footprint in the ash at dawn can weigh more than a knife in a dispute. Descriptions of the Tikoloshe often emphasize shape instability. In one account, he is a dwarf with a hole in his head, an unhealable spot which, if plugged, robs him of sight. In another, he rides on the back of a cat. The cat stubbornly ordinary except for the way it hovers for a heartbeat when it jumps. In yet another, he is seen half submerged, reeds bending as if under the weight of a child, a strange slickness on the mud. The logic, if we probe gently, is the logic of warning. Mischief can come as something known, child, cat, clump of grass, and only later be recognized as having been other. Stories teach the eyes to keep a second gaze, and there is a teaching about economics. The Tikoloshe's errands nearly always not to envy. Cattle counted, land measured, attention coveted. A prosperous homestead draws stories like moths. If the owner mocks the poor or refuses generosity, a tale blooms overnight that a thing small and cruel now sits under his bed, counting coins in the dark. The belief functions as social critique, disciplining greed by threat of a visit. It also markets cures. The moment fear has a name, the economy of fear begins to hum. Charms must be made, powders procured, consultations paid. This is not merely cynical. It is how communities invest in a shared feeling of safety. But every market has its hawkers and its frauds. In a street near the trading station, a man sells beads he calls spirit-proof. They shatter when dropped. Listen to language as craft. A grandmother's story sets the Tikoloshe among the little nations, a phrase whose politeness acknowledges danger without courting it. A father pauses before speaking the creature's name, as if sound itself were a trail someone could follow back to the speaker. A child whispers the nickname instead, the one who hides. Each phrasing makes a fence, however thin. The old words also carry humor. Slyness is part of the defense. If he steals my porridge, an uncle says, let him also steal my chores. The hut laughs. The laughter is medicine too. How, then, is a day arranged to discourage visits? The mattress is not thrown on the earth, but raised on bricks, izzetini, sun-baked blocks, or fired ones in trading places. Shoes are set upside down, so their hollow eyes do not look toward the sleeper. The water pot is kept covered. The broom stands, bristles up, not down. A small inversion taught with a wink, as if the world's rules might be tricked into protecting rather than exposing. A row of white river stones is nudged back into a neat triangle beneath the bed's center beam, one at the head, two at the foot. An old geometry taught as surely as multiplication tables. Dogs take a special place in this geometry. Their senses and loyalty make them early warning bells. But they can also be fooled. Tales say the Tikoloshe can smear a dog's nose with a scent that turns growl to whine. So owners watch for the difference between the dog that barks and the dog that refuses to bark, the latter being, in some villages' opinion, the more frightening sign. Milk spilled near a threshold without cause is noted. Milk spilled after a shout of anger is weighed twice, because emotion is a magnet that spirits find irresistible. A dried reed that twists in a gourd of water is taken out and burned. These are small acts. Together, they paint a culture of exquisite attention. The pantheon's breadth folds into the politics of the 19th century, when regiments, amabuto, return from campaign, praise singers stand in the dust and shout a king's names toward the hills. When cattle disease thins herds during a dry year, homesteads increase offerings, and diviners are busy long after nightfall. When British or Boer emissaries ride in with paper and seals, they enter not only a political space, but a spiritual one. A treaty is never only ink. It is an omen to be weighed alongside a dream last night in which a child's hand would not open. To say this is not to diminish policy. It is to explain how decisions feel from inside the skin of those taking them. In such a world, a mischief spirit is not astonishing. It is consistent. The Tikoloshe's reputation crosses language borders, changing names, swapping details, wearing a Sotho cloak in one valley and a Zulu bracelet in the next. But here, today, our concern stays close to the homestead that smelled of imfefo at dawn. The mother who checked under the bed does so again at midday, not from panic, but from habit. She straightens the goat hair thread around her daughter's ankle. She clicks her tongue at a boy for whistling in daylight. Another small taboo, because whistling calls, and you must choose carefully whom you invite. At the fence, her husband shakes powdered snuff, finely ground tobacco kept in a small horn, onto his palm and inhales. The rush in his head like the rush of sudden courage before entering the kraal of the dead. He prays without strict liturgy, naming names, asking for peace, and, almost casually, asking that the small one who makes trouble be kept far away. As afternoon leans to evening, a neighbor arrives with a riddle inside his greeting. He has lost a chicken. Feathers lay near the stream. No prints were found except perhaps a faint mark too small for a man and too neat for a jackal. He says this with a careful face because to complain too loudly is to accuse, and to accuse without proof is to pull a cord that might snap back. The men talk. They do not say Tikoloshe. They say, "We should watch tonight." On this land, words are spells in any language. If we stand back, the pantheon and the mischief tier show a symmetry. What is grand and distant, creator, first principle, sky, balances what is intimate and fidgeting, ancestor, household shade, tickle at the mat. The Tikoloshe is the scale's grain of sand. Small, but placed on a high arm, he can tilt decisions, turn neighbors warily inward, tighten or break bonds. He is a test of communal immune system strength. In years of drought, when food thins and tempers ride high, reports multiply. In fat years, when beer foams high in the Ukamba, he may be demoted back to children's rhyme. This ebb and flow is itself part of the religion. Spirits mirror the state of the people who imagine them. A traveler who listens well will find more nuance than the easy labels allow. He hears a praise poet chant a line comparing the king to a lightning striker. He notes villagers' fearfulness under a low moon. He notices that a diviner's rites, though flamboyant to outsider eyes, are structured like law, evidence gathered from dreams, testimony from bones, verdict rendered in the language of remedies. He watches a family cut pieces of fat during a goat sacrifice, a man bind an isipandla, a goatskin bracelet, around his wrist as a sign of gratitude and bond with the ancestors. He notices that the child with the anklet sleeps more confidently. What would you have done in that hut at midnight, with the dog staring at the door? Trust only the empty language of nothing, or act as your grandparents taught you? When evening returns, the smoke once again threads the thatch. A little girl plays at the doorway with 3 river stones, tapping them into a triangle and then into a line and then into a mess, only to start again. Her grandmother looks and says nothing. The game is a lesson disguised as sound. The father sits with his snuff, thinking of debts owed and words said in anger a week ago. He resolves to take a pot of beer to an uncle with whom he quarreled. Peace is a charm as powerful as any powder. The mother, as she lays down blankets, slides her hand under the bed beam to feel for the stones. They are there, cool and reassuring. The dog circles twice and lies down, facing the door. The night belongs to many things. The Creator whose name is said to remind the world that it has an order. The ancestors whose presence tightens the circle. The mischief spirits who look for gaps in fences. The Tikoloshe, as the smallest of these presences, retains the trickster's smile. If the house forgets itself, he steps through. If the house remembers, his path is longer, more winding, and maybe he turns back. Somewhere outside, reeds lean and right themselves. Somewhere in the dark, a cat's jump lasts a heartbeat longer than it should. Inside, the snuff burns clean in the nose. The mfefo's smell is a pale line in the air, and a family sleeps within a world mapped from highest sky to smallest footprint. A shadow stretches across the kraal as evening settles again, the sky banded with orange and deep violet. Inside the homestead, voices grow quieter, as though the dusk itself requests respect. The smell of roasted maize drifts, cattle shift their weight, and at the center fire, an elder woman hums a song of family lineage. Tonight, her song bends toward a story. A child born when the moon was red. In Zulu lore, a birth under unusual conditions is never neutral. The 19th century is no gentler than today in its surprises. Famine, war, migration, and yet a birth is always weighty. Midwives, often elder women with deep experience, keep watch for signs: a call, thin birth membrane, over the head, a baby too small or too silent, a cry that rises sharp as a whistle. A red moon, rare but remembered, is spoken of as a veil lifted between worlds. When a child first sees that color, elders note it. Some say such children carry gifts: sight, voice, dream. Others warn they may attract restless forces. A grandmother's memory of 1832 describes the birth of twins, one silent, one laughing. The laughing one, she said, stared at the rafters, as if someone perched there. Such accounts are not about superstition. They are about patterns. The people mark the unusual because the unusual marks them. And where a family suspects imbalance, jealous relatives, debts unpaid, neighbors feuding, the rare sign can turn heavy. Will this child be safe? Will a spirit visit? The Tikoloshe is woven into these anxieties. Some say it is drawn to those with an umoya omkulu, a big spirit, those whose lives flare brighter than the rest. Others say the being is most dangerous when the home is unguarded, when laughter turns to pride, when the house forgets its duties. Whatever the reason, elders lean closer to cradle babies born under red moons or storms. A bead necklace is tied, charms hidden under bedding, and the sangoma is consulted before the child's first walk. The birth moment also draws the community together. Gifts are brought, milk, maize, blankets, and words are shared. Praise names are sung, calling the ancestors to notice. Sometimes a diviner drops bones to read the path ahead. A goat's knuckle facing away might warn of travel. A small stone near a broken shell might suggest a need for protection. The language of bones is not arbitrary. It is a coded wisdom, each shape reminding the mind of dangers known. In this section, the birth markers extend beyond a single child. They echo the belief that the Tikoloshe is not random. Mischief tends to follow stress, conflict, and envy. A family with sudden fortune may see whispers rise. A new wife in a proud household may draw resentment. A child born with an uncommon feature, eyes pale, feet turned inward, may be loved fiercely and feared gently. Such markers become community stories. They teach the village what to watch. Colonial observers noted these customs with curiosity. In the 1840s, missionary reports mention strange rejoicings at childbirth, songs for ancestors, and fears of dwarf demons stealing breath. Their tone often missed the tenderness inside these actions. To the people themselves, this is care. Protection is not paranoia, it is insurance. If there is a spirit that can slip through the night to pinch or press, then a family must meet it with every tool: song, prayer, bead, ash. The tools matter. The red thread at an ankle, the clay doll at the door, the charm buried near the threshold. These are the first shields a child knows. Some elders will insist the Tikoloshe avoids places where elders laugh and praise names are strong. Others say he is drawn to quarrels, to broken words, to houses where voices rise in anger. It is no wonder that a baby's cry or a child's laughter is often treated like weather, a sign to read, not just a sound to soothe. Rhetorical moment. Have you ever known a family who seemed to attract trouble? How often is it really the spirit, and how often is it the echo of human envy? This section closes with the image of a hut, quiet after the excitement of birth. The mother lies still, the child tucked beside her, its ankle tied with a small bead string that catches the faint light of the coals. The father steps outside, touches the fence post, and looks toward the stream. Somewhere beyond, reeds move in a wind too light to shake them. The dog lifts its head again. Birth and Mischief have always been neighbors. The kraal is quiet, yet something presses at its edges. Evening fires sputter, cattle chew and shift, dogs patrol and pause. At one hut, a father leans over a raised bed, his fingers tracing the line of bricks that keep it off the ground. His wife hums a lullaby, but her eyes glance toward the floor, toward the shadowed space beneath. Here lives an old fear, sharpened by a single question. What if something small but cunning slips through the fence tonight? The Tikoloshe's strength is its ambiguity. To some it is a prankster, no more than a dwarf who tips over water pots. To others, it is the midnight press, the shadow that takes breath from sleepers. The word itself bends, Tikoloshe, 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 but the pulse of fear remains steady. Within Zulu lore of the 19th century, a creature's power is measured not by size, but by consequence. And this small one can unseat calm, shatter trust, and even, it is said, bring death. Descriptions range wildly. He may be hairy as a monkey, short as a child, with a swollen head and deep-set eyes. Another account says he moves smooth as clay, slick from river water, leaving no prints. Others still, a small man with crooked feet, a shape that flickers between beast and shadow. The common thread is cunning, not brawn. The Tikoloshe does not storm doors. It glides where gaps exist. It does not fight the strong. It chooses the distracted. It thrives in households where quarrels simmer or secrets hide. These shifting forms also reflect function. Folklore scholars later noted how the creature becomes what the moment needs: a warning to children, a scapegoat for jealousy, a silent witness to crimes, or a moral tale about respect and caution. The uncertainty keeps it alive. For a family hearing rattles in the night, the unknown is often worse than any single image. Protection, therefore, becomes practical art. Beds raised on bricks are one of the best known measures. The logic is simple. A small thing, some say, cannot climb. Others believe the elevation confuses it. Charms appear in corners: salt, white stones, ash circles drawn by a grandmother's hand. A dog is placed near the door. The hearth's last embers are banked carefully, not only for warmth, but as a ward. To the outsider, these are habits. To those who practice them, they are as reasonable as locking a door. By the mid-1800s, with missionaries settling and traders moving inland, reports of this being sometimes reached paper. Letters from Natal or colonial records occasionally mention native fears of an imp or goblin, but the language stripped the story of its layers. For the people who lived it, the Tikoloshe was not comic, but consequential. One missionary journal notes a raised bed practice he found curious. Another scoffs at clay powders and charms. Yet the same pages mention livestock thefts, sudden deaths, and quarrels that escalated into accusations of witchcraft. Between those lines lives a deeper truth. Fear organizes behavior. It creates rules where law cannot reach. And there are moments when mischief becomes menace. Oral historians recall cases of illness blamed on the Tikoloshe. A man waking, paralyzed, swears he felt weight on his chest. A child claims to have seen a small figure vanish by the fence. Goats are found dead without clear cause. While medicine today might speak of epilepsy, poison, or animal attack, the villagers of 1840 spoke of a spirit's hand. Blame often curled toward rivals, sometimes with deadly results. Suspicion was a quick fire. Who has reason to harm me? Who sent this thing? The Tikoloshe's role as an agent of envy cannot be overstated. The being becomes a kind of mirror for human tensions. A wife's quarrel, a brother's slight, a neighbor's debt. Each can grow teeth when framed as spirit attack. Diviners were often asked to investigate. Bones were thrown, dreams examined, powders prescribed. The Inyanga might brew a bitter drink. The Sangoma might advise a cleansing ceremony with herbs and song. In all cases, the family acted because action was safer than dismissal. Not every telling is grim. There are stories of the Tikoloshe's humor. Braids tied together while sleepers snore. Grain spilled so it cannot be gathered before chickens arrive. A blanket tugged away at the coldest hour. These stories travel in laughter around the fire, reminding listeners that power can play as well as punish. Yet even humor has an edge. A being that laughs may also bite. Many people still think that the Tikoloshe is only a ghost tale, a simple trick to keep children close to home. But history suggests it is more, a vessel for fear, envy, and memory. What would you have done, living in that time, hearing those steps around your hut? Would you laugh, or would you build your bed a little higher tonight? The coals are red now. The dog stirs. A thin breeze slips through the gate, carrying dust and a smell of river reeds. The house leans into silence. In the stillness, someone shifts on a raised bed and listens to the night. Mischief, for the moment, waits its turn. Dusk folds the hills back into themselves until only the kraal fence and the first evening star stand out. Inside the homestead, work narrows to small, deliberate motions. Lids set onto pots, braids finished, a last sweep of the floor so the dust will show any visitor's mark by morning. At the doorway, an elder woman kneels with a calabash bowl. She pinches a gray pinch from the hearth and breathes on it as if waking something asleep. The ash is cold, the night's first instrument. With 2 fingers, she draws a thin line along the sill and then dots each corner. Behind her, a child watches very seriously, the kind of serious only children bring to the side of mystery done as if it were bread making. Protections in this world are not talismans out of a traveling merchant's trunk. They are, most often, the grammar of the house itself. Clay, ash, smoke, stone, hair. The simplest things are the oldest. Families hide them where the path narrows, under beds and thresholds, at the kraal gate where first steps enter, within the hollow post where insects sometimes sleep. The work is deliberate because spirits, as elders say, respect deliberation. Disorder invites disorder. She begins with ash because ash remembers fire, and fire is life turned to endurance. The ash the grandmother chooses is not any ash. It is taken after food has been cooked for the living and after a little beer has been offered to the dead, so the powder carries both worlds in it. She never scrapes the very bottom where damp and grease clump. She wants the dry, soft tops that will take a mark clean. With that ash, the old woman draws a ring around the leg of the bed and blows the remainder under the frame in a faint curtain, a veil for small eyes. She murmurs, beds, in this age and place, are not just places to collapse. They are platforms raised on bricks, izzetini, or thick wooden blocks. The lift is practical and theological. Practical because insects, damp, and snakes hate height. Theological because a small, mischief-seeking spirit is said to have trouble reaching where a person's breath does not pool against the floor. Many homesteads teach a triangle of white river stones under the center beam, 1 at the head, 2 at the foot. The shape is old geometry. Odd numbers to disturb an intruder's count. A triangle to insist the bed has 3 points of belonging, to the living, to the ancestors, to the land. When the child asks why 3, the answer is half riddle, half lesson. 2 argues, 4 forgets, 3 remembers. Next comes clay. From a gourd, the elder brings a little umkako, white clay used to mark walls and faces during rituals. With a wetted thumb, she paints a small bar across the lintel. It is not a cross, not exactly. It is a stop mark, a reminder to what passes that a threshold is a sentence with punctuation. Red ochre, ibomvu, has its own uses. It warms the skin at winter rites and calls blood back into tired faces. Tonight, white is chosen because white calms. White is bones and clean lines, and a dawn wind after rain. If someone is buried recently or a birth has turned the house's energies bright and raw, white quiets the air. Salt is newer here than ash and clay. In older days, it traveled slowly from coast to inland in small cakes, and, when precious, it was saved more for food than for doors. But by the 1840s, with Port Natal, Durban, swelling under British annexation in 1843, traders move with sacks of it on ox wagons toward Pietermaritzburg and beyond, and pinches of salt begin to appear in the village doorway kit. A pinch of salt, cast with a flick just outside the sill, is said to sting the small one's tongue and make it turn away. Whether it truly does is less important than the feeling in the chest after the flick. The house has said the smallest of no's. The father sits with his snuff horn, carved smooth and kept close. Snuff, finely ground tobacco taken into the nose, is not only habit, it is prayer posture. He taps a little into his palm, lifts it, inhales, and the head-clearing burn becomes a signal to speak. He names a grandfather and a sister gone in childbirth and asks simply, "Guard this door." Some families will add a few grains of snuff to the ash line on the sill to make it clever. If a dog is restless, the man touches snuff to the dog's head and brow so that loyalty is literally scented. Herbs matter too. The house keeps a small bundle of impefo, helichrysum, the gray-green wild sage used for cleansing smoke. A sprig is laid near the headboard, close enough to perfume the sleep. From the rafters hangs wild garlic, its leaves plaited and tied, because the smell speaks hard words to snakes and, by a chain of old associations, to things that slither invisibly between worlds. In a gourd, dried interlazy remains from the last mixing, a protective wash made by the Inyanga, herbalist, sometimes brewed with river water, roots, and bile, and sprinkled along paths and foreheads. No one repeats its recipe outside a healer's debt and promise. Too much talking is like a door left open, the elder says. Goat hair appears where one might least expect it, as a fine thread. A strand is twisted and tied around a child's ankle, not a thick bracelet like an isaphandla made after sacrifice, but a little sign that the child belongs to a house that knows its way in both worlds. Hair is binding, the elders teach. It holds shape. The thread, sometimes knotted 3 times and whispered over, says to Mischief, "This leg is counted." In more heated times, during drought, after quarrels, the thread is wetted with a drop of beer or milk before tying, as if to invite both ancestor and daily sustenance to witness. Under the bed, among the triangular stones, a little sachet rests, bark dust, a pinch of ash, 2 grains of salt, a curl of hair, all sewn into a scrap of soft leather. It is not a weapon. It is a memory knot. Inside it lies the story of nights when the dog would not sleep, of the week when the baby refused milk, of a quarrel with the cousin across the ridge that still aches like a bruise. People keep such sachets not because they doubt their strength. They keep them because they remember their weakness. The sachet humbles a family into vigilance. At the door, thorns, 2 short branches of hookthorn set under the mat. Hookthorn catches cloth, skin, pride. A being that hurries, elders warn, will snag. The grandmother lays the thorns with the hooks aimed inward. So our own feet are careful going out. On the lintel, she tucks a sliver of mirror. A mirror is modern. Traders wear, fragile, bright. But a bright sliver at the line between outside and in is an argument that says, see yourself before you enter. Mischief, like some men, is weakened by the sight of its face. Some protections are a choreography rather than objects. The elder insists that when the ash is laid, no one must speak the creature's name. Do not call what you do not want, she says. She will not let the child whistle, not even softly, because whistling is calling, and calling is invitation. While she arranges stones and thorns and clay, the mother makes peace with a prayer, words spoken without heat over the place where the raised bed's shadow touches the wall. If any anger sits here, she says, let it leave with the smoke. In some houses, the doorway hides a small doll of clay and grass. It is not for play. Children are told to leave it. Its face is not carved. It is a lump with arms and a belly. Grass is knotted around its middle with small knots that are undone one by one when danger has passed or a wish has been granted. A diviner might prescribe such a doll, telling the family to feed it with a drop of milk or beer during days of tension. The doll is a decoy, a little vessel for stray intention, a pride eater. When children sneak glances at it, they do so with the thrill of seeing a secret that suffers their seeing. The market hums quietly beneath all this. Fear has an economy because care does. By the 1840s, glass beads from Europe glitter on wrists and in hair, and some traders offer small packets of protection powder with claims as bright as the beads. Some work because anything that helps a family move together helps. Some do not. The Nyanga watches this commerce with a thin smile. He knows which roots have bite and which are nothing but stories sold in envelopes. He does not shout the fakers down. He counsels patience. What saves a house is the house, he says. Powder is only a reminder. Still, the house invests. At the next trading day, the father swaps a length of tanned hide for a bundle of dried herbs whose smell is sharp as thunder. He has heard that these, burned, draw a line even the old Mischiefs dislike. The trader swears loudly. The Nyanga watching from the shade does not contradict, and later, quietly adds fresher insight. How much to burn, how to open the door for the smoke to talk and not choke. Knowledge is expensive in coin and in manners. Beyond objects and trade lies choreography turned outward. The fence gate is latched with a twist of grass braided over itself 7 times. 7 because someone's grandmother said 7, and because odd counts in this country of even-day chores are interruptions. The path from gate to hut is sprinkled, lightly, with the protective wash. The path back from the latrine is left dry. Water coming in, not out, the elder says. Do not wash the house away. An Nyanga has other directions when called at moments of fear. Wash the child's feet in a small basin of water that is sad in moonlight. Sprinkle cattle with a mist while naming the herd's dead. Pour beer on the ground at the fence and call on the grandfather who built it to stand in it tonight. If a neighbor's envy feels hot enough to burn, the healer will send someone to throw old broken potsherds into the river. Ceramic memory of meals taken together, offered to the current, as proof that the house will not be hoarded shut. Some protections sound like common sense in ritual clothing. Sleep with your head away from the door. Do not leave food uncovered. Do not speak your secret in the cattle kraal. They are common sense, but the clothing matters. A rule wrapped in story is remembered. A house that tells its children not to whistle at night for reasons of spirit has children who learn, among other things, to keep quiet in darkness they cannot see through. Survival likes quiet. The grandmother explains the logic behind odd practices, the way only grandmothers can. Half song, half scold, half laughter, though the halves overspill. Stones under beds? A small one steps into the triangle and finds his second step makes a fourth, and the fourth loses him. Thorns at the door? Let him argue with hooks while we sleep. Salt flicked at the sill? So that greedy tongues learn to be careful. Goat hair on a child's ankle. Because some spirits are like boys, bold until they see a knot, and then suddenly they remember their own mothers. When protection is done well, It behaves like cooling rain. Tempers descend. The father speaks more softly. The mother's hand on the baby's chest relaxes. A neighbor's story about a missing chicken does not so easily become an accusation. The dog settles with its head toward the door, ears loose. In that calm, things that were not the Tikoloshe at all are recognized for their plain selves. A draft under the sill, a rat behind the basket, the creek's trick language, but protection has a second, quieter law. If a quarrel is left to rot, charms sour. The same elder who draws ash rings will, on a certain morning, lift her head from sleep with a dream's taste in her mouth and tell her son to carry beer to the uncle he offended. Peace is the best charm, she says, and because he has watched the ash ring work and the thorns catch at least one hem, he believes her. He goes. He offers. The uncle complains and then laughs and drinks. That night, the ash line seems brighter though the coals are not, when a house is very troubled, when a young man has fallen ill after insulting a cousin, when goats bleat themselves thin without reason, the protections lengthen into ceremony. The sangoma comes in, eyes bright with imfefo smoke, and the hut is turned briefly into a clinic for both worlds. Bones rattle in the divining tray. Dreams are described one by one as if they were testimony on a wooden bench before a traveling magistrate. A powder is mixed and a chant is spoken. The chant names neither the mischief nor the accused, but calls instead on order by its other names: river, hill, grandmother's wrists, cattle bells, a child's first laughter, the taste of salt on a newly tanned hide. When the ritual ends, ash is laid in a new pattern on the floor. 4 dots to the cardinal points, a line to the door, a line to the bed, a line to the crawl. The dots are small stars for the house to remember by, under beds and doors. Hides also a science of detection. Ash laid thin will show a footprint if something heavier than air crosses it. People wake to inspect and learn that night animals step toe first or heel first in ways a human does not. The small, round print that looks like a child's is looked at twice. A child's foot is wide at the toes, a jackal's narrow and deep at the claw. If nothing shows at all, the house mutters and becomes paradoxically more certain. Sometimes what leaves no trace is most feared. Dog's paws and ash are a signature everyone recognizes. A line of small prints that stops suddenly at the wall will keep talk going for weeks. There's lightness too, even here. Children make games out of the serious things to hold them without fear. They hop from stone to stone under the bed frame, whispering that the floor is river. They draw ash lines and pretend to keep each other out. They knot goat hair around a doll's ankle and pretend to guard it. The elder lets this happen. You must practice your bravery, she says, and if the children also practice tidiness, measuring pinch and sweep, no one complains. Not all elders agree on all elements. One insists on salt, another says salt invites thirst. One swears by thorns, another prefers nettles tied in bundles. Community debate is not a fracture, it is a living commentary. At beer gatherings, the talk slides from cattle prices to whether a mirror shard helps or harms. A young man who has learned letters in a mission school raises an eyebrow, says the Tikoloshe is only a shadow of bad dreams, and an older man replies softly that dreams are doors with weather. No one wins. Everyone sleeps a little better for having argued. When the British flag rises at the fort in Pietermaritzburg, and the magistrate's bench begins to make rulings that affect marriages and cattle, none of the charms under beds and doors vanish. If anything, they multiply in quiet. Publicly, some practices are pressed into the corners. Privately, the ash remembers every palm that has laid it down, and the clay at the lintel records a history of fingers like a wall of pale rain. What would you have done with a sick child and a night that clicks at the door? Lock the wood and hope? Or push 2 fingers into the ash, draw a thin line, and make a low promise to both your grandmother and to whatever crouches outside that this house is not sleeping without a fight? By full dark, the homestead smells faintly of mfifo and cooked maize. The triangles under beds are neat. The goat hair threads are tied. The thorns lie in wait beneath the mat. The ash line on the doorway holds its breath. The dog, nose salted and blessed by a touch, settles with his ribs rising and falling in an even bellows. The elder puts away her bowl and, as an afterthought, tucks a small river stone into the pocket of the wall by the door, where the clay feels cool. Stones remember direction, she says. Let the house remember to face dawn. Outside, the reeds by the stream trade gossip with the breeze. A barn owl floats across the kraal like a lifted piece of the moon, and then is gone. Somewhere, a child turns in sleep, and the goat hair thread scratches softly at the ankle and is a comfort. Beneath one bed, a sachet dreams of its ingredients, of bark and ash, and the bit of hair wrapped in leather, each of them a little story tied up. And at the sill, the ash line waits with the patience of all lines, not to stop the world, but to make the world slow down and explain itself before it comes in. At the edge of the kraal, as the sun tilts toward its fall, the sound of voices travels differently, lighter, more questioning. A stranger is walking the path, and his clothes are strange. His shirt is stiff cotton. His boots leave deep cuts in the dust. The elders have seen men like him before, missionaries, traders, men with books and rules that do not belong to this soil. Behind him are 2 Zulu youths, laughing softly but cautious, carrying small gifts, corn, hides, beads, payment perhaps, for something they do not fully trust. It is the 1840s, and the world is tightening. The Tikoloshe exists in this tension, where once the village was its own world, its faith, its politics, its laws. Now other worlds are pressing in. The missionaries bring teachings of one God, strict on spirits, sharp on witchcraft. They call ancestor offerings idolatry and charms superstition. The magistrates who follow bring a different order, one of papers and seals, fines and prison. What had been community managed is now judged by strangers. And in this new climate, the Tikoloshe, that small being of mischief and fear, becomes a point of conflict. Elders remember warnings about outsiders. When the first white tents rose at Port Natal in the 1820s and 1830s, few could imagine how quickly foreign ways would move inland. By 1843, when the British annexed Natal, authority changed shape. In the same breath, Zulu law and custom met English law. The same night fires burned with talk of land lost and rights challenged. And the spirits? They were not asked to leave, but they were suddenly unwelcome in print. A missionary named Francis Owen kept journals while living at Umgungundlovu, the royal capital under Dingain. He wrote of songs to ancestors, of sacrifices, of charms hidden in the thatch. He also wrote of fearsome little demons the Zulu feared at night. To his mind, they were foolish terrors. To his hosts, they were as real as the spears that ringed the royal kraal. The missionaries spoke of sin and redemption, of a heaven without rivers, without cattle. But for the Zulu, a world without spirits is a world emptied of meaning. Clash came quietly at first. a teacher telling children not to wear goat hair threads, a preacher burning a bundle of mfifo, saying its smoke invited evil. But the Tikoloshe did not vanish because a sermon called it false. In some cases, it grew sharper. When a homestead quarreled, when a man's pride was wounded, or when sickness passed through a kraal, suspicion turned outward and inward. Was it the jealous neighbor? Was it the angry cousin? Was it something sent to shame us while strangers laughed? This section belongs to the human struggle to decide who owns truth. The colonial bench says charms are illegal. The Sangoma says they are medicine. The missionary says mischief is the devil. The mother says mischief is the noise a jealous heart makes. In one magistrate's book, a woman accused of sending a spirit is listed as witch. In her own language, she is a keeper of herbs, a midwife, a woman whose quarrel became too visible. There are cases recorded, though mostly through foreign eyes. One 1847 report mentions a dispute in a mission station. A convert's child dies suddenly, and the family refuses to bury without charms. The missionary calls it defiance. The family calls it duty. Neighbors whisper that a Tikoloshe was sent because the father refused a cousin's request for cattle. The magistrate hears witchcraft. The interpreter struggles to translate Tikoloshe without making it sound like nonsense. In the end, a fine is paid. The dead are buried with half the rite, and half the family stays away from church for months. When law and custom collide, even small beings can spark big flames. People fear losing their ways. Outsiders fear losing control. And the Tikoloshe becomes not just a spirit, but a signpost. To believe is to resist the idea that everything can be weighed and counted. To dismiss is to resist the fear of unseen things. Neither side fully wins. In the night, the kraal is still a circle of cattle and quiet talk, and the wind still presses the thatch with unseen fingers. What would you have done, hearing both voices? The preacher saying, "Fear nothing," and your grandmother saying, "Fear what you cannot see." The elders answer with patience. They let the preacher speak. Then at night, they lay their ash lines anyway. The magistrate may pass judgment, but under beds, river stones still shine faintly, placed there by hands older than law. The Tikoloshe is not a creature easily legislated away. It lives in the space between authority and memory, in the quiet that falls after a sermon when the dogs turn their heads toward the door. By section's end, the image is simple but telling. A hut lit by fire, an English Bible on one shelf, a calabash of snuff on another. A child sleeps on a raised bed, goat hair at the ankle. Outside, the night is full of things that no court yet knows how to name. The air feels heavier this night. A mist crawls over the grass, softening edges, turning the kraal fence into a ghost line. Fires are lit earlier. Even the cattle seem restless, their low grumbles rising more often. A group of men sits in a circle near the embers, their spears laid beside them not for battle, but for reassurance. Something has been whispered all day, a rumor that has the weight of memory. A child has died, and no one is sure why. This is how panic grows. Among the Zulu in the 1830s and 1840s, death was never left without reason. Illnesses were known, fevers, coughs, wounds. But when the body fell silent too soon or too strangely, the cause became more than physical. The Tikoloshe was a suspect often mentioned in lowered voices. Mischief can become malice. The being that steals a comb or tangles a woman's hair can also press the breath from a sleeper's chest, they said. The line is thin, and when grief sharpens it, belief becomes blade. The story travels like smoke. A little boy, not yet 7, strong and playful, woke crying at dawn, clutching his chest. By midday, his breath grew shallow. By night, he was gone. The family buried him at the homestead edge, as custom demanded, but they also turned their minds to cause. A quarrel with neighbors? A curse sent for cattle disputes? Or something smaller, cleverer, something that crawled and vanished before anyone woke? Such moments send the community into a kind of investigation. In the 19th century, without clinics or lab tests, the methods were cultural. Footprints in ash, animals watched for signs, bones thrown by a diviner. The Sangoma might rattle cowrie shells and ask the ancestors to speak through their pattern. An Inyanga might inspect the boy's bedding, taste the water, smell the milk for sourness. And always, the question returns to the invisible. If a being had come, what opened the door? The Tikoloshe, in these tales, is often blamed when the ordinary cannot be blamed. It moves quietly, hides in corners, takes advantage of quarrels. Some said it could even be hired, a thing sent by the jealous or the angry. Such claims carry danger. If a cousin's child thrived while another wasted away, suspicion rose. Words could harden into accusations, and accusations could lead to exile or worse. The 1840s were not gentle about blame. The community's survival often depended on swift answers, even if those answers were shadowed. And yet, even here, the story holds its mystery. An elder shakes her head. We did not see him. We only saw the dog growl. Another says, the reeds moved by the river. A third points out that the boy had coughed for days. Truth is a river too, winding and parting. But the fear is steady. The men raise their beds higher that night. Salt is laid thick on thresholds. Dogs are coaxed to stay near. A colonial officer might have heard of such cases and smiled. To his mind, these were native superstitions. But his own journals sometimes mention strange things: livestock vanishing, unexplained noises, sleepless nights. The difference was not that the Zulu were fanciful. It was that they were willing to give the unknown a name. The Tikoloshe became that name, a handle on a door no one could quite see. The rumor of this child's death travels beyond the kraal. By morning at the riverbank, women filling pots discuss it. The small one walks again, they say, or someone sent him. A mother pulls her child closer. Men pause in their work. Stories tighten. Memory adds weight. The Tikoloshe has not been seen, but it is present in every cautious glance. This section is the first true taste of communal fear and how it can magnify. Ritual protections multiply, clay charms renewed, herbs burned, beds inspected. The dog's ears become the talk of the house. At night, no one whistles. The world is too open. Cliffhanger moment. One of the elders, checking the ash line by his doorway just before dawn, finds a single mark. Small, round, as though a child's heel pressed lightly and then lifted. No other print, no trail, just one. The kraal grows still when he says it aloud. No one speaks loudly after the print is found. The air itself seems to hold its breath. The elder who saw it kneels without touching the ash, the way a hunter studies a hollow. Small, round, pressed once and lifted. No drag, no second step to tell a direction. He beckons with 2 fingers. Men and women gather at the doorway and stare as the ash shows them a single moon of a heel, light as a whisper. Somewhere a cow shakes its head, and the bell clucks against the leather thong. Then even the cattle are quiet, as if the kraal itself is listening. Preparations multiply without orders. Dogs are called and settled with firm hands. Reeds by the stream are watched from the time the sun leans until it falls. The grandmother takes the calabash and refreshes the ash line, not as if frightened, but as if renewing a promise. Clay is lifted to the lintel and made straight with a fingertip. The father checks the bed's bricks, nudging each with a toe until it sits with no wobble. A child is sent to pick 3 new river stones, smooth, palm-sized, cool enough to take a breath from the stream. He returns with 4 and is gently made to choose 3. The triangle under the bed must remember its shape. Tonight the household will sleep differently. The advice threads through memory and into motion, sleeping low to escape, not low on the ground, where breath gathers and little hands can reach, but low in the body, low in sound, low in pride. It is about profile. Keep the bed high, yes, but keep the spirit's shadow small. Do not laugh in a way that calls. Do not let a foot dangle outside the blanket and make a target of the heel. Lie lengthwise with the head turned away from the door, the elder says, so that a sudden look won't meet your eyes in the dark. He teaches with gestures as old as caution. Palm flattened to show quiet, chin lowered to show humility, fingers turned inward to show a circle closed. Children learn the choreography like a song. Feet inside, hands quiet, no whistling, no teasing, the mother recites. She tells them how some say the Tikoloshe is drawn by bravado, that raised voices taste like ripe fruit to a mischief that prefers the proud. Sleep low, she says again, and lets her hand glide downward, a leaf finding water. The phrase folds into other practicals. The fire is kept low, not blown to a noisy blaze. Coals are banked so they glow and do not play with shadows on the wall. The broom stands bristles up by the door so wandering things catch on straw and hesitate. A goat hair thread is retied at the child's ankle. It scratches just enough to remind the body to keep close. Fires matter. The Sangoma, when consulted, has said it often. A low ember bed confuses what comes hunting by heat. A flame that leaps throws silhouettes, and silhouettes make toys for the small ones. Coals, by contrast, make a muted light. Their smoke carries Mfefo's clean, resinous line in a steady way. A pinch of snuff is tapped on the coals, not enough to choke the eyes, just enough to tell the air that this house is awake even when it sleeps. Near the hearth, a thorny sprig is laid, so the dog will think twice before sprawling and snuffing the embers with its flank. The room settles into a dim geometry of safeties. Sleeping arrangements shift to keep distance between bodies and floor. The bricks under the bed legs are inspected for cracks. Where a bed has sagged, a second beam is tied with rawhide. The triangular river stones are slid back into their geometry under the center. 1 for the living, 2 for the dead, as the grandmother names them softly, the words sounding like a school recital. Beneath the pillow, a tiny sachet rests. Bark dust, a curl of hair, 2 grains of salt, a pinch of ash sewn into leather. Nothing theatrical, just a memory knot against forgetfulness. We are not helpless, the grandmother murmurs, which is another way of saying the night is not in charge. There is debate at the threshold. There is always debate in careful houses. One elder wants the door left slightly ajar so that Mischief, meeting a closed line, will not scratch and anger itself into trying the walls. Another insists the latch must be firm. A gap is a mouth, he says, and mouths talk. They compromise as people do. The latch is tied with grass, firm but not rigid, and a small pinch of salt is set in the crack where bar meets post. Let him lick that, the grandmother says, half smile, half blessing. Above the lintel, a sliver of mirror is polished with a breath, set to catch any thread of coal red and flick it outward like a small spear of light. Outside, words of caution travel homestead to homestead. The story of the single heel arrives at the river before noon, and by sunset is a ghost on the path to the trading place. Men who claim not to believe set their beds higher anyway. Women who say the story is for children straighten their door thorns and sweep ash lines clean. Community debate hums because debate is a way of sharing fear without letting it own the room. A young man fresh from the mission school says it is all sleep paralysis, that a body wakes before its limbs and calls the weight a demon. An older woman answers that names matter less than remedies. If a word makes a house careful and kind, keep the word. The midday becomes a workshop. The Inyanga arrives with a small sack. He will not condemn salt or ash, but he adds his work. A rinse made from roots, he names quickly. A wash to be sprinkled along the path from the gate to the door. He draws with a fingertip in the dust, lines that meet and diverge, not to trap but to confuse. Paths that forget themselves, he says. He suggests sleeping with heads to the west for a week, custom in some places, so that morning wakes you at your back, not in your face. The father listens and nods. A ritual is a map. If the road is dangerous, walk it in a way danger does not expect. Near the kraal, boys gather with the serious excitement of a hunt and practice detection. They sift ash inside the gate and walk an animal through, goat, then dog, and memorize the prints so that when dawn comes, they will not mistake a jackal's narrow scratch for a child's round press. They play a game where one hops from stone to stone and another stands as door, refusing entry until the right rhyme is said. A grandmother watching says nothing. Games are how nerves learn hands. Night falls, and we move from instruction to test. The fire is tamed to embers. The reed mat at the door lies flat. The mirror shard at the lintel has been wiped on the mother's skirt. Children lie with feet tucked. The elder, before lying down, moves once around the hut's inside perimeter with the calabash, tapping the wall lightly at 4 points as if tuning a drum. The father sits a long time, snuffs twice, then sets the horn down in the shallow niche where the wall remembers other horns set there before. The air smells of ash and the faint sweetness of mfifo, with a sour thread of goat hide coming from the tethered thongs on the bed slats. Because the story is woven through lives, other concerns pull at the weave. The political noises beyond the hills, new rules, new taxes, strangers' cattle crossing old grazing, make sleep thin as paper. The British annexation of Natal in 1843 has turned paths into arguments and arguments into law. At the fort, muskets are drilled. At the kraal, families drill their defenses. Stones, ash, smoke, the language of sleeping low. What is a bed but a small fort? What is a lullaby but a password? In some homesteads, the advice about sleeping low is taken literally. Parents keep their children on the side of the bed near the wall, so small legs cannot wander. A rolled blanket is set at the foot to keep toes from escaping. Ankles are bound loosely with cloth, not to imprison, but to remind the body to stay small. Women, especially young wives, sleep with a bead string at the waist, a private charm sometimes prescribed when gossip has gathered like storm cloud around a marriage. Men who boast in daytime find their boasting curled smaller at night. Even pride obeys a whispered order when the room is dark enough. There are proverbs that frame the hours. Do not sleep with your mouth open. Wind hears secrets. Leave your anger outside. It sleeps badly and wakes friends for company. A proud mat is a thin mat. Humor edges the advice. A grandfather mutters that if the small one comes, it should fix the fence rather than break it. Children giggle into blankets. Their giggles make the house easier to hold. Even the dog's breathing seems to find a rhythm that pleases the walls. The science inside the ritual can be named without shattering it. Raised beds improve ventilation and keep bodies from damp. They reduce bites from insects that patrol the ground. Low coals lessen smoke in the lungs while still deterring animals that fear ember glow. Turning the head away from the door places mouth and eyes farther from drafts and from the sudden stare of a visitor, human or not. Modern medicine would add that certain night terrors press down on the chest and steal speech. The old language calls it the small one's weight. Different vocabularies, one set of careful habits. In the dark hour before dawn, a sound comes soft as the skirt of a river moving across stones. The dog by the door lifts its head and does not bark. It whines once, a ribbon of sound with fear tied to it, then falls quiet under the hand the father lays on its muzzle. No one sits up. Sitting up lifts a body into danger's sightline. The elder's voice, barely a thread, says low, and they lie lower, shoulders touching. A family making a single shape as if the bed were a boat, and they were weathering a silent wave. A smell comes next. Wet reeds, green and a little bitter. The stream's breath where no stream should be. The child's eyes are wide, but the mother's palm is a soft stone on the ribs, and the breath does not run away. The ash at the doorway, if we could see it, would look like a chalk diagram not yet walked. Something tests it. The barest sigh as if a breath stroked it and then withdrew. The mirror shard catches coal red and sends a thread of that light toward the door. A quiet spear, hardly bright enough to be called a weapon. Dreams begin to work in tandem with waking. The father is thinking of last week's quarrel with his cousin, the one about a loaned ox not returned. He probes it the way a man tests a tooth, tongue to sore spot. The Sangoma's counsel had been blunt. Mend the quarrel, or the house will stay open. He plans, even now in the dark, to take beer to the cousin in the morning. Whether or not a small one comes tonight, this decision is a gate closing. Rituals do their best work when joined by repairs of the ordinary kind. Near the kraal, something scuffs. Not a step, not a scrape, but a weight making a small idea of itself. Boys who laid ash along the inner fence will argue later whether the scuff belonged to a goat or a spirit, or the wind playing with dust. One will swear he saw a shape the size of a child slip along the fence line. Another will say it was the shadow of an owl. In this way, a community rehearses both memory and skepticism, not as enemies, but as opposite handles on the same heavy jar. What authorities would make of this night depends on which ones arrive. A missionary would say prayer and psalm are the only guard and might, in zeal, wipe the ash line with his boot. A magistrate would ask if anyone saw a man. If not, he would turn back to papers in town. An Inyanga would run knuckles through the ash and sniff for scents that do not belong to the house. The house itself has already decided. It will use every available tool: smoke, stone, salt, posture, quiet. Because dignity in the dark is made of many small things. Elsewhere in the district the same night, other homes make their own feathers of caution. A woman in a Sotho-speaking village to the north strings blue beads at her child's throat, another region's answer to the same question. A Boer family in the valley lights 2 lamps instead of 1 and leaves a Bible open at the Psalms, for the fear that has no name is democratic. It visits without papers. A trader in Pietermaritzburg tells a story in the tavern of a Tikoloshe that haunts his servants' quarters. The men laugh, but no one chooses the bed nearest the door. We return to the hut. The low fire makes a small clicking as a seed in the ash finds heat and pops. The mother remembers an omen from her own childhood, spilled milk at a doorway on a day of quarrel, and feels, strangely, that tonight will be quiet because the milk stayed in its pot and did not sour. The grandmother, eyes closed, recites names under her breath the way a soldier might count cartridges. Mother's mother, brother's bones, river that never lost its bank, hill that told the wind to wait. In naming, the walls feel thicker. Hours pass like thin animals slipping between thorns. Sleep comes in sips. The embers do their slow work, reminding the room that the sun's fire circles even in darkness when coaxed to a pocket. Men in another circle beyond the kraal talk low and then fall silent. The weight of the single heel print is a lid on the night's pot. Somewhere a calf complains as if pinched. The sound ends too quickly to be normal. The dog at the door trembles once, as if a fly walked his spine, and then, without command, stills toward dawn, when the ridge is the color of old coals and birds have not yet obtained permission to speak. The house breathes a little deeper. Fear is not gone. It has merely taken a step away from the bed. The father rises carefully, as if under a weight he does not want to disturb. He stands a moment, letting blood find his feet, then reaches for the calabash. The elder joins him at the door. Together, they bend to look at the ash. For a long heartbeat, nothing shows but the fine record of previous sweeps, the soft dunes made by the grandmother's fingers. Then one of them sees it, not a heel this time, but a smudge, as if a toe tested the line and withdrew. The elder grunts, not fear, not triumph, something between. The noise a farmer makes when hail has fallen, but the field still stands. Lo, kept us, he says, the words more exhale than speech. He scrapes a fresh path and dots the corners again. Behind them, the child calls from the bed, unable to contain himself. Did it come? And the mother answers, it thought of us. She does not rise. She knows the day will require its own posture. Visits to make, a cousin to find, perhaps a small gift to leave at the river where reeds twist when they should be still, a hook for the memory. As light grows and the kraal shakes off the night, the neighbor from 2 ridges away arrives with a story. In his hut, no print, no smudge, only a knot in his daughter's hair that was not there when she slept. He brings the comb, shows the tight loop like a tied string. The grandmother smiles her thin smile. Mischief and malice travel together like goats and kids. If the kid shows, the goat is near. The house will keep sleeping low for 7 nights, and then decide if the path can be opened again. The bed, with its bricks and its triangle of stones, receives one more adjustment. The mother tucks the rolled blanket tighter at the foot. The father moves the second stone a finger's width, so the triangle's base is even. 3 remembers, the grandmother says again, touching each point. She rubs the mirror shard once more and leaves it where it is, a bright sliver set to catch the day's first answer to the night's first question, quietly asked when danger comes in small footsteps. Is the wiser house the one that builds high walls, or the one that lowers its breathing until danger thinks it has entered an empty room? The question hangs there like early mist, not accusing, not pleading, simply present. By full morning, the ash line is remade. The smell of imfefo is only a trace. Children carry water as if nothing at all happened, but the practice has deepened into habit. Tonight again, the coals will be kept low, the bed will be made a boat, and pride will be tied like a goat hair thread around the ankle of the house. The single heel on ash has become a teacher, and if, beyond the fence, reeds twist once, even when the wind lies down, no one will pretend not to have seen. The hills hold a low mist this morning, silvered by the sun's first attempt at warmth. Voices drift along the paths as women move to the river and men check fences. Yet underneath these daily motions runs a steady current. The night's discoveries, the heel, the smudge, are still fresh in the mind. Fear here is rarely panic. It is a kind of attention, sharpened and shared. And that attention now bends toward action. This is when communities call on their watchers, not warriors with shields, but the night's detectives, elders who remember, hunters who read ground like paper, diviners who listen to the tremble in a drum or the shuffle of bones. When talk rises about the Tikoloshe, there is always a second sound, the quiet feet of those tasked to look, to confirm, to calm. The village watch is informal but disciplined. In the 19th century, when a kraal heard rumors of mischief spirits, or suspected human trouble dressed in spirits' clothing, the people moved quickly. A line of thorn branches might be laid along the outer fence. Watchers might sleep outside the huts instead of in them. Dogs were kept nearer and fed well. Ash lines thickened. Even a simple change, like tying reeds across a doorway or hanging a gourd with pebbles inside, could turn a passing step into a signal. The watchers were not only eyes, they were listeners, and often questioners. The witch finders, a term colonial accounts often used, were more complex than their reputation. They were part of the village's moral machinery, sometimes feared, sometimes respected, always controversial. These were men or women who claimed, or were believed, to sense the presence of harm, whether human sent or spirit-born. Not every village trusted them, but in moments of tension, their voices carried weight. They asked who had quarreled, who had prospered suddenly, whose child had spoken of strange dreams. They walked the kraal's edges, scattering snuff or herbs, watching which way dogs turned their heads. This was not always witch hunting. Often it was problem solving. A broken fence, a child's sickness, a missing goat. The line between natural and supernatural was fine, but the urgency was the same. Authority mattered too. Chiefs and headmen needed harmony. A frightened village could become a restless one. If fear spoke too loudly, it could turn to blame, and blame could fracture families. The Tikoloshe, being invisible or quick, gave shape to unease, but it also offered an excuse to pause. Let us find the signs, the elders would say. Signs could be subtle. A dog's bark at a wall, a reed bent toward the wrong side, a pot left open that should have been closed. Diviners might mark these moments and connect them like dots. Their methods blended skill and faith, tracking prints, smelling soil, listening to a child's recount of a dream. Dreams were precious, sometimes believed to carry voices from the amadlozi, the ancestors. A dream of a small thing climbing, a sudden weight on the chest, or laughter that woke the sleeper could be read as warnings. Even skeptics listened, if only because dreams had a way of naming the unspoken tensions in a house. Not all watchers agreed on what they found. Some spoke of tricksters, some of curses, some said nothing. The debate itself became part of the protection. To speak a fear aloud is to make it smaller, to give it handles. And yet the watchers were cautious too. They rarely accused without care. A wrong word could tear a family apart, and most knew that the smallest creatures sometimes walk in the biggest quarrels. By 1845, colonial eyes were watching these watchers. Reports sent to magistrates spoke of witch-smelling dances and natives beating drums to scare off imps. Missionaries wrote of gatherings where powder was sprinkled and charms renewed. To them, it was all darkness. To the community, it was maintenance. A kraal without watchers was like a kraal without a gate. What about evidence? Here lies the challenge. The Tikoloshe leaves little behind. At times, a footprint might be found. At times, nothing. At times, something stranger. A twisted reed, a stone moved, an animal restless. Forensic? Not in the Western sense. But patterns mattered, and sometimes the patterns were clear enough to change behavior. Rhetorical hook. If your child woke saying a small thing sat on his chest, and your neighbor had quarreled with you last week, would you check the fence twice that night? By now, our narrative has shown the spirit's role in private rooms and public talk. But here, the focus is on the watchers, the night guard, the quiet detectors. They represent the community's attempt to bring reason to fear, to measure the unknown by movement and memory. They are the middle line between myth and method, between prayer and patrol. As night falls again, a change comes. The watchers scatter small patches of ash along the kraal fence. They set a reed at the gate, angled so that a push will snap it. They do not look afraid, only serious. The dogs are restless but trained. One is tethered closer, one is allowed to roam. The sangoma has left a pinch of powder near the hearth. The children are quieter than usual, and then the waiting. The waiting is the work. A watcher crouches near the fence, feeling the ground with the back of his hand for tremors. Another sits by the fire, whittling, but his eyes are on the path. Inside, the elder woman draws her ash line again and places the mirror shard just so. The bed is raised, the triangle of stones perfect. The youngest child falls asleep to the sound of soft conversation. Nothing happens for hours. The mist moves, the cattle breathe, an owl calls. The men talk of politics, news of Shaka's successor, Dingaan, and beyond him, Mpande, the shifting of power as the kingdom finds its balance. The missionaries, the British, the traders, they are distant but present, like clouds on the horizon. But the watchers keep their rhythm. Check, listen, turn, wait. Then, near midnight, a dog stiffens. Its ears go forward. Its body lowers. It does not bark. The men fall silent. A single reed at the gate trembles, not broken, just moved. No shape is seen, no sound beyond the rustle. One man stands, spear in hand. Another presses a finger to lips. They move closer, slow, and there, by the ash line, a shape? Perhaps nothing. Perhaps only the weight of mist. Perhaps a trick of fire. But the line has a new mark, longer than a bird's step, shorter than a man's stride, soft as if made by something leaning its weight and then springing away. They do not chase. They stand still, letting silence grow thick. A watcher draws a breath through his teeth and says, "He walks where quarrels live." By morning the mark is lighter, but there. The children are kept from the door. The women speak low. The watchers do not declare victory or defeat. They sweep the line clean and lay it fresh, a blank page for the next night. The kraal does not wake quickly the morning after a mark. It stirs, deliberate, as if each foot placed on the ground must first consider its weight. Men drift toward the ash lines, like readers returning to a half-finished book. Women keep children close while they fetch water. The memory of the night is quiet but sharp, a thorn left in the skin of thought. This is the moment when old hands become important. Ritual answers are brought forward, some gentle, some stern. The Sangoma, carrying a bundle of herbs and a small drum, enters with the authority of one who reads more than footprints. He does not hurry. He moves to the ash, kneels, and presses his palm close, but not upon it. The watchers wait. The family waits. The dogs sniff, but stay behind the line. When he finally speaks, it is a low hum. The house is restless. Its shadow has been touched. Binding is the next step. Not every disturbance calls for it. But when talk grows louder than comfort, when a heel in ash makes a cousin's laugh sound suspicious, a binding ritual calms more than it captures. To bind, one must first name. Here, the Sangoma begins with the ancestors, calling them by praise names, pouring a little beer to earth, letting the foam find the dust. He speaks of a house needing peace, of quarrels needing cooling, of children needing calm. Then he names what is not welcome: envy, anger, spirits that serve anger. It is not the Tikoloshe's name alone that matters. It is the naming of what invites it. Materials are gathered quickly. Hookthorn branches, cut earlier, are sharpened and placed in a small circle around the bed. Goat hair is twisted into a single cord and tied to the central beam, the knot rubbed with ash and snuff. A sliver of mirror is buried under the threshold. Another is fixed at the lintel. A small pot is prepared, water mixed with imphefo smoke, a pinch of salt, crushed roots. It will be sprinkled not to chase, but to close. Binding is physical and symbolic. The circle of thorns is meant to snag what crawls. The goat hair cord is meant to remember what belongs. The mirror, bright as a hidden eye, is meant to startle or confuse. But the power is also in the act itself, the entire homestead working as one. A boy carries the thorns. A woman braids the cord. The father sprinkles. The elder watches for order. This is how fear is managed. It is divided into tasks. The Sangoma does more than bind. He reads. He asks questions that have little to do with spirits, but everything to do with tension. Who has quarreled? Who has withheld a gift? Who has spoken too quickly? His voice does not accuse. It pries gently, like fingers testing a knot. In the Zulu way, spirit and behavior mirror each other. If something troubles the night, something likely troubles the day. At this time in history, such rituals sometimes met outside eyes. Colonial officials called them witch rites and condemned them. Missionaries feared them, some mocking, some outraged. Yet the act of binding was rarely wild. It was orderly, often calm, a family council disguised as magic. And it often worked, not because a thorn can hold a spirit, but because a community can hold itself. To the outsider, the items may seem odd. Why a goat hair cord? Why salt? Why thorns? But to the homestead, each object carries years of meaning. Goat hair binds because goats are kept and known. They feed, they give. Thorns wound but also defend. They are nature's warning sign. Salt cleans, clay cools, ash remembers. The language of the earth is trusted because it is close. There are also words not spoken. A skilled Sangoma might ask quietly if anyone saw a neighbor near the kraal. He might glance at a mother whose face is pale from fatigue, at a child whose dreams are troubled. He does not accuse, but often, before the ritual ends, someone admits a quarrel, an unpaid debt, a harsh word. The community does not call it therapy. They call it keeping the door shut. The ceremony builds to a moment. The drum is struck 3 times. The smoke is blown across the bed, the door, the cattle gate. A handful of powder is tossed into the hearth, and the flames bloom briefly before sinking back. The room smells of sage and salt and char. The dogs whine but do not bark. When it is over, the Sangoma says the simplest thing: watch. And then he adds, be soft in the day, be low in the night. Do not feed quarrels. The family nods. It sounds like advice for life because it is. There are skeptics, of course. Even then, some men laughed at charms. Some women rolled their eyes at powders. But they too slept with beds raised and doors barred by thorn. Belief and doubt often live in the same hut. What matters most is safety, and safety loves routine. The watchers, relieved, return to their quiet posts. The family feels lighter. Tasks resume: fetching water, grinding meal, tending cattle. But the house is more careful with its words. The cousin who had been absent arrives with a pot of beer, sets it down, says nothing, and sits. The air warms with talk that is lighter than yesterday's. That night, the kraal glows more than usual. The ash line is wider. The mirrors gleam faintly. The thorns are sharp. The bed, with its triangles of stone, looks less like a place to sleep and more like a small waiting fort. Rhetorical hook. Do you feel safer when there is proof of your care, or when there is no sign at all? The night passes. Dogs doze but do not tremble. The wind stays light. Nothing presses at the ash. And though they cannot know if the Tikoloshe stayed away or simply wandered elsewhere, the family sleeps longer, their breathing slow and even, like the sound of water over stones. By dawn, the thorns are gathered, the mirrors left in place. The goat hair cord remains, tied to the beam, as much reminder as shield. It will stay until the family forgets why they tied it, and even then it will hang like a question, and that is often enough. The paper says one thing, the people say another. In the winter of 1847, when frost frays the grass along the Mzunduzi, and the mornings in Pietermaritzburg smell of smoke and iron, a clerk bends over a ledger and writes a line that will stand for a village's month of fear. Complaint laid by Headman Malongo, so spelt, of cattle post east of the Umsunduzi. Allegations: witchcraft practices, disturbances by an imp, Tikoloshe. Resolution: admonition, fine for disorder, priest to instruct. The handwriting is neat. The spelling stumbles at the river's name and the headman's clan. On another page, the date is correct, but the season is wrong. And between these lines, ink on government paper, sits the story of Chief Malongo, the Tikoloshe, and a meeting where official notes tried to pin a shadow that everyone else knew by touch. The story from the people's side begins with a drought that is not yet a disaster, only a tightness. Rains have been stingy, maize sagged in the heat, cattle came home dusty and tired. The world shrank to carefulness, smaller fires, shorter arguments, fewer songs at dusk. In this smallness, mischief found room. At Malongo's homestead, a larger umuzi ringed with straight posts and well-tamped paths, the dog began to whine at the door and refuse water. Twice the ash line at the sill showed a light touch, a small heel once, a toe smudge another night, the kind that sets children whispering and women tying goat hair threads tighter. Malongo is not a king, but he is a man whose voice arranges the day for many families. He keeps a ledger of people's debts in his head and their praise names in his throat. When a child in a satellite hut woke 3 nights in a row saying something sat on his chest, Malongo called the watchers. They laid reeds at the gate, crisscrossed for a test, and dusted the inside path with ash. The men sat outside with spears on their knees, and the patience that makes spears useful even when no one intends to throw them. At midnight, a reed trembled and did not break. By morning, the ash showed a print that was not a goat, not a jackal, not a man. It was the round of a small heel and the dent of a toe. Nothing between. The women who fetched water carried the news along the riverbank like a gourd on a hip, steady, then tilting, then steady again. Children made a game of drawing circles in the sand and stepping in them and jumping out without a mark. The elders did not laugh. They refreshed the ash. They reminded the house to sleep low and kept the fire a quiet bed of coals so shadows would not play tricks on the wall. Then something meaner happened. One of Malongo's nephews fell sick after a quarrel over a bullock promised and not delivered. He woke with the breath press, the sensation of weight, the old story folded into a young chest. His mother, a careful woman who never left milk uncovered and never whistled at night, found his hair knotted in a tight little loop that had not been there when she smoothed it. The knot was the kind children imitate with string. It is also the kind elders say mischief ties when it touches the living and leaves. The Inyanga came, felt the boy's forehead, looked at his tongue, smelled the water. He sprinkled Interlazy along the lintel and led a soft chant that named grandmothers and asked the house to remember itself. He did not accuse. He asked questions. Who spoke hot words last week? Who drank beer and left without thanks? Where, exactly, did the quarrel with the cousin stand? He prescribed ash and salt and humility. He told them to mend the fence and the pride both. But somewhere between this hut and the trader's track, the story swelled. A young man who wished to be known for certainty said loudly that a witch had sent the Tikoloshe, and he pointed his mouth the way a spear points its iron. He named the cousin whose bullock had not come. He named the cousin's mother too, though everyone knew she was not the kind to send anything but oversalted advice. By afternoon, a little fire had started in the talk. The watchers found themselves watching words as much as doorways. In this climate, with tension rising like a bad wind, a messenger from the magistrate appeared. A uniform coat, a hat at the wrong angle, a handsome notebook. He said the Native Affairs Office, now the orbit of Theophilus Shepstone, recently fixed as the British government's man for native matters, wanted quiet. Witch-smelling, he said, would be punished. Accusations without proof would bring fines. He said all this as though it were a new kind of season, and perhaps it was. He pronounced the chief's name with a swallowed L. He wrote it as Mlongo. Malongo listened. He nodded, like a rock nods to wind. Then he said the only thing he could say to tie two worlds together. We will make peace, and we will bind what troubles the night. Both. He sent beer to the cousin. He asked the Sangoma to come not at noon with show and smoke, but at dusk, when work was done and people could listen. The binding took place in a cleared hut that smelled of old mfifo and goatskin. The Sangoma was not one of the swaggering kind who boast that they can tie lightning, but a thin man with careful hands, a voice that softened without growing faint. He began not with a name for the mischief spirit, but with names for the house, praise names for grandmothers, the clan's cattle name, the river whose water fills their pots. He took a little beer in a calabash, tilted it, let the foam stripe the earth. He said in words that sounded like someone mending, if quarrels stand in the doorway, let them sit down. If envy watches at the river, let it look in this mirror and turn away. Tools came forward like old friends. hookthorn set under the mat, a goat hair cord braided and tied to the bed's beam, 3 knots, ash rubbed into each, a mirror sliver tucked in the threshold's crack, a triangle of white river stones reset under the bed's center. The Inyanga, called to stand with the Sangoma, brought a rinse with the sour green smell of roots. He did not speak his recipe. He sprinkled a line from the gate to the door, a fog down at the earth's height. In the fire, a pinch of snuff bloomed, and the smoke added teeth to the sage. Then came the part that official paper will never get right. The people spoke to one another in the ritual's pauses, and the words turned things. Malongo said he would deliver the bullock in question within 7 days. The cousin, face like leather but eyes wet, admitted anger and asked to drink beer a second time to make the apology stick. The mother whose boy had the breath press unknotted the loop in the combed hair and tied it again, this time around the sachet under the bed, and the act turned a fear into a memory to be kept tame. The watchers were given tasks, one to sit by the gate, one to listen at the kraal, one to wake the Inyanga if the dog refused to bark again. Fear became a list, and lists help a night pass. The British messenger stood in the corner and did not know what to do with his hat. He wrote nothing of the goat hair or the mirror. He wrote, "Native doctor performed rites, warned against witchcraft, accused woman denies, chief promises order." When he returned to town, he gave this account to a clerk who put it into the ledger with the tidy parentheses of a world that prefers conclusions. But the night after the binding, something happened that made both worlds lean forward. Near midnight, the reed at the gate quivered and then cracked. No burst of steps, no scramble, just a crack like a small bone giving up. The dog lifted its head, lifted it further, and then rested it again on its paws, as if a weight had been removed from the room. At the doorway, the ash line showed, in the morning, a single mark like the smudge of a toe that test dips into water and flinches back from cold. The watchers considered the geometry, reed broken, toe smudged, dog calmed. The Sangoma said softly, he came and did not like what he found. The British messenger, already on his way to town, could not write this because it felt like air. The ledger would never include it. A week later, Malongo walked the bullock down to his cousin's kraal himself. He bound a strip of goatskin on his own wrist, the isifandla, to mark gratitude to the ancestors for letting him keep his temper where tempers usually own men. That evening, the Inyanga came one more time, not to paint thresholds, but to ask after dreams. The boy who had felt the weight on his chest reported a night of running through tall grass without falling. His mother reported a night of sleeping all the way through, her hand not waking to press the child's ribs. The dog reported what dogs report: ears loose, no tremble. 2 days later, the magistrate sent for them. The room was wooden and smelled of oil and paper. Behind the table sat a man who wore his jacket like a fence. Nothing could pass without his permission. There were 3 chairs. 5 people came, 2 stood. An interpreter, clever, careful, stuck between languages like a bird between trees, tried to make small spirit with crooked feet into something in English that did not make the listeners smirk. He failed once, and then chose the word imp, a missionary's word, wrong but serviceable. Who has been accusing whom? The magistrate asked first, because the law's fear was not spirits, but what they made people do. No one now, said Malongo, which was true enough for paper. What was this rite you performed? The magistrate asked, looking past the word to the smoke he imagined and did not like. We closed a door, said the Sangoma, who stood without chair and made that sound like carpentry. "And this imp," the magistrate said, looking not at the people, but at the clerk, because often officials prefer to aim their questions at paper. "You saw it?" "We saw its manners," said the old woman, the boy's grandmother, who had come without being invited because she had decided long ago that invitations are for weddings and silence is for funerals. "We saw the reed turn its shoulder and break. We saw a toe in the ash. We saw a dog refuse to carry his bark. We saw quarrels that had teeth sit down and eat from one bowl." The magistrate did not write those lines. He wrote, "No proof offered. Native doctor speaks in metaphors. Chief promises to discourage superstitious practices." He added a fine, small for paper, heavy for a homestead, charged as a fee for the disturbance. He said a missionary would visit to instruct. He closed the ledger. He thought the matter small and tedious. He preferred straightforward thefts and fences. On the walk back, the interpreter, who had to live in both worlds without being owned by either, touched Malongo's elbow. "They want quiet," he said. "So do we," said Malongo. He looked at the river and thought about how a ledger records only the boat and the tax and never the current. What remains of the case in the official record is 2 lines and a fine. What remains in the village is a set of practices that tightened into habit and a quarrel that loosened into talk. For months afterward, the ash line at Malongo's doorway was strict as scripture. The mirror shard stayed where it was, bright as a fish scale in clay. The goat hair knot on the bed's beam gathered dust and then became part of the beam's memory. Children were told the story of the reed that broke, not with shiver, but with a certain pride. The house had made itself too careful to enjoy. Meanwhile, the messenger brought back a pamphlet from town, mission talk bound in thin paper about devils and deliverance. A few people read it and found some of the sentences beautiful. Most folded it under a pot to keep the flies off. More useful was the news that Shepstone, whose knack for speaking to chiefs and clerks both was already legend, had told other magistrates to avoid provoking witch-smelling and to settle quarrels where they began, in the shade of cattle kraals, not under the courthouse roof. It was not protection for rituals, it was a recognition that fear needs local work. The message traveled like rain talk. Not everything outsiders brought was poison. Some of it could be turned to good if handled with the same 2 fingers that set ash at a sill. As the winter of 1847 softened, so did the panic. The boy's night breath stayed open. The cousins' visits became ordinary again, with laughter that had apology under it, the way a river has stones under its voice. The dogs returned to barking at goats instead of doorways. The reeds at the fence waved only when wind asked them to. The watchers remained watchers because that is what a village pays them for, with respect more than cattle, but their posture eased. The sangoma came now for babies' rights and coughs, and only rarely to bind. What lingers longest is not the idea of a small creature with clever feet. It is the 2 ways of writing a life that met for a moment and did not break each other. In one, a clerk copies Tikoloshe from a man who learned it in a tavern and calls it case closed. In the other, an old woman reknots a child's hair and says to the air, "You are seen." Both are records. One fits a shelf. One fits a house. Was there truly a Tikoloshe at Malongo's door? The question circles like a hawk you see too high to name. The people's answer, practical as ever, is that the house needed to learn something, and it learned it. Keep peace paid up. Sleep low when fear prowls. Use ash, stone, thorn, mirror, and humility bind what quarrels invite. If a small being came and sniffed, it turned away because there was nothing easy to eat. At the end of that year, when the first hard rain finally fell and the maize made its glad shy sound on the stalks, Malongo added a line to his private ledger, the one no magistrate could read because it lived in his ribs. River came back, door stayed shut, bullock delivered. He touched the goatskin at his wrist and cut it off with a knife and placed it in the isigkawu, the small place in the hut wall where things that remember are kept. The boy whose hair had been knotted took to sleeping with his head toward the west without being told. Habit becomes a pillow. If you stood at the magistrate's desk a year later and asked for the Malongo imp case, the clerk would point at a spine of paper and say something like, "Oh, that foolishness," and reach instead for the thick file of boundary disputes. If you stood at the kraal gate and asked the old woman what had happened in 1847, she would point at the lintel and say, "We learned to draw the line here." And then, because you had come as a guest and it is wrong to let a guest leave without a little weight in his hands, she would give you a stone from under the bed, smooth and cool, and tell you to put it somewhere under your own roof, not to keep spirits out, necessarily, but to keep your own anger from walking in somebody else's door. The paper's last word is admonition. The village's last word is remember. Between them lies the print of a small heel in ash, a reed that cracked, a dog that did not bark, a fine that stung, a bullock that changed hands, a mirror that flashed coal red, and a night when two kinds of order agreed, for once, that quiet was the correct resolution. The night after the magistrate's fine, the village settles with a wary kind of peace. No dogs bark, the gate reed lies quiet. The moon is bright, the stars sharp, and still everyone moves more softly than usual, as though the memory of accusation and ceremony is still alive in the dust. The ash lines are renewed, but tonight there is less trembling in the hands that draw them. Fear, after all, is lighter when spoken and shared. Now the attention turns to something quieter, less dramatic, but no less real. The silence after the storm. The Tikoloshe may walk less when quarrels are resolved, but the people do not forget him. Instead, they adapt. They refine the ritual, adding small touches that keep the unseen away, or keep the heart steady even if it returns. One such practice is testing the cure. The Sangoma may return not to perform a binding, but to confirm balance. He watches the cattle. If the animals move easily to water, if they chew with heads down, if the calves nurse without fuss, the house is considered calm. He speaks to children, asks about dreams. Did anything sit on the chest? Did they hear laughter at the mat? A grandmother may show a knot in a combed braid and ask if the house can laugh at it now. Often, when the fear has passed, the knot is cut with humor and burned. Smoke is the best way to turn worry to memory. Sometimes, a test is more formal. A small charm, ashes pressed into clay, marked with a thumbprint, is buried near the kraal gate. If the earth shifts or cracks, some say the spirit still walks. If it stays smooth, the gate is quiet. Such practices are not superstition. They are reassurance rituals, ways of turning the unknown into something visible, a sign you can read like weather. There is also the matter of the sick and the recovering. The boy who felt the weight on his chest is now playing near the river. He tosses stones, dares the dog to chase. His mother keeps him close, but not too close. Freedom is part of the cure. At night she ties the goat hair thread loosely, like a memory rather than a shield. The Sangoma says softly, "Fear teaches, but too much fear starves the spirit." Modern lenses give us other words: psychology, stress, community therapy. But to the 19th century homestead, these tests and rituals are practical. The Tikoloshe has no interest, they believe, in houses that remember harmony. It thrives where there is heat, envy, anger, gossip. So the cure is not only herbs and ash, it is behavior. People greet each other more deliberately. Debts are paid faster. Elders scold less and teach more. A cousin from another valley visits and sees the mirror in the doorway, the triangle of stones under the bed. He asks, "Has there been trouble?" And the old woman says, "Not now." The phrase is short but heavy. It means, we saw something. We made peace. We are listening. Even the British, curious but unconvinced, notice something different in quiet houses. A trader passing through might joke about goblin talk, but still sleep closer to the fire. A missionary might write that heathens are hopelessly superstitious, but remember the night his own horse shied at nothing by the river. This section, though smaller in drama, is important. It shows the aftermath. Communities do not live only in fear or only in fight. They live in cycles of alertness and rest. The Tikoloshe's greatest power may be this: to remind people to tend to what is fragile. A reconciled cousin, a soothed child, a reed that stands unbroken. All are victories. Rhetorical hook. Is it the spirit that fades or the anger that loses its appetite? And if one cannot tell, does it matter? By the end of the week, the homestead resumes its rhythms. Beer is brewed without watchful eyes. Songs return at dusk. The goats bleat as they always have, but now the sound is only goat sound. The ash line remains, though, drawn lightly, not as an alarm, but as a signature. This is our house. We remember. At dawn on the 7th day, the old woman finally sweeps the line away and laughs. She says to the boy, "Keep your feet inside at night anyway." He nods. A rule is easier to keep than a fear is to forget. And so, the small one stays a story, a caution, a lesson, and a family stays whole. The next moon comes fuller and brighter, but the village is not restless this time. The reed at the gate stands firm. The dog sleeps without twitching, and the ash line is lighter, drawn more from habit than dread. Yet outside these calm circles, the world is shifting. Traders move inland. Missionaries settle deeper. Magistrates speak louder. The Zulu kingdom itself is changing hands and minds. And with every shift in power, the quiet stories travel too. By the mid-1800s, outsiders are writing more. They have pens, ledgers, newspapers, and they love the strange. They describe what they see, but also what they think they see. In dusty mission houses, in Natal's colonial offices, in British letters carried across oceans, the Tikoloshe finds a second life, a shadow flattened onto paper. It is not the same being here. On the page, the small spirit becomes exotic, sometimes comic. Missionaries call it a demon imp. Traders tell stories in taverns, laughing about Tikoloshes stealing food. Colonial sketches, drawn without asking, show it as a little goblin or hairy dwarf. Some articles claim Africans live in terror of it. Others suggest it is just a game. The truth, a careful, complex thread woven into daily life, rarely survives these crossings intact. And yet, these outside eyes help preserve something too. One missionary's diary, though mocking, records charms he saw: clay circles, ash lines, salt at doors. Another describes raised beds and goat hair cords. Even a scoffing note, "They fear a small devil that climbs no higher than a man's knee," tells us something real. People made careful systems against mischief. The shape is wrong, but the echo is true. To the Zulu, hearing these outside words can sting. Imagine a grandmother told her ashline is foolish. Imagine a father's quiet prayer to ancestors called heathen nonsense. Yet some outsiders are not unkind. A few, curious without scorn, ask questions. A trader writes that the people fear not the dark itself, but the breaking of order. Their goblin, he says, walks when families quarrel. He is closer than he knows. In this period, letters from Peter Maritzburg mention disturbances. One clerk notes, strange reports of cattle raids attributed to impish spirits. Another says, villagers request permission to perform charms though warned against witchcraft. The officials often misunderstand but cannot ignore. A frightened kraal can refuse work. A rumor can travel faster than a summons. For a young colony trying to tame land and people, even a small heel in ash is too much untidiness. Travelers, meanwhile, make stories bloom. A hunter camped near the Tigela claims to have seen a shape darting by a stream, small and hunched. He may have seen nothing more than a bushbuck calf, but the words are alive now. A trader says his servant refused to sleep in a hut after hearing laughter in the rafters. Newspapers pick this up. In Grahamstown, a column appears, laughing at native superstitions, but also printing the name Tikoloshe. This is how a spirit becomes a stranger to itself. Among its own people, it is woven into rules, warnings, laughter, remedies. On paper, it becomes a curiosity. The gulf widens. Yet the original shape survives because it is lived, not just told. Every night, families still check thresholds. Every argument still makes someone glance at the ash line. The missionary may not understand, but the grandmother does. Colonial humor could be cruel. Men at stations sometimes teased converts, calling them afraid of little devils. Boys at mission schools were told to abandon nonsense, even as they learned new songs. But the Tikoloshe endured, perhaps because it served a deeper purpose. It was never only about fear. It was about care, about order, about naming what harms. Strip away the scorn, and what remains is a community saying, we protect what is ours, even from what we cannot see. The clash of words created something else too, curiosity beyond the ridge. Europeans collected tales as if they were rare birds. Missionaries wrote books. Ethnographers filled notebooks. Sometimes they got things wrong, describing dances as devil worship or charms as sorcery. But sometimes they listened. A rare letter describes a mother placing a mirror at her doorway and simply says, she believes this keeps her house in harmony. Harmony is not exotic. It is human. The 1840s and 1850s were turbulent years. Cattle disease spread, crops failed, wars flared, treaties were broken. Each stress gave old spirits more room. The Tikoloshe's name came up when people were most strained, during fever outbreaks, after raids, when land was taken. Colonial papers rarely saw this connection. They treated the spirit as superstition. They did not see that it often marked something else. Hunger, grief, powerlessness, rhetorical hook. When a people lose ground, do their fears grow, or do they simply show what was already there? At home, though, the ritual went on unchanged. The grandmother still drew her ash line. The father still tied the thread. The sangoma still mixed herbs with prayer. The child still tucked his feet, and the dog still turned its head at sounds no one else heard. Outside, a clerk wrote, "Native Goblin." Inside, a mother whispered to her sleeping child, "Feed in, eyes closed. You are watched." These two worlds, the loud one with pens and the quiet one with stones, would continue to circle each other. One would make records, the other would make meaning. And the Tikoloshe, being small and fast, would slip between them, carrying pieces of both. The homestead sits quieter these days, yet the story keeps moving, slipping like water between the fingers of those who would hold it still. Beyond the corral fence, the world is loud. Traders drive ox wagons inland. Missionaries argue scripture in schools. British magistrates speak in rooms of wood and paper. But inside the huts, something older keeps its rhythm. The voice of a grandmother telling a child not to whistle at night. The low murmur of a father naming ancestors before sleep. The careful hands of a healer nodding charms without asking permission. It is here that the Tikoloshe is strongest, not in fear, but in familiarity. He has become part of the language. A mother scolds a child, "Keep your feet in, or the little one will find them." Boys tease each other. "The Tikoloshe will steal your shoes." Girls laugh about knots appearing in braids. These are not screams in the dark. They are the everyday shape of a story worn smooth by use. But the political world presses. Each year brings new pressures, taxes, traders, skirmishes, new maps drawn by people far from the valleys they cut into. In the 1850s and 1860s, rumors of sickness, cattle plagues, and drought make the people watch the skies more than the ground. Yet each hardship seems to revive the small spirit's name. A goat dies suddenly. Someone mentions it. A man falls ill during a quarrel. It is whispered. The Tikoloshe has become a barometer. Where stress rises, so does his shadow. Colonial eyes record pieces of this, though never the full picture. A missionary's journal describes native servants raising their beds for fear of an imp. A trader notes house charms of salt and mirror fragments. An official scoffs at childish fears, but even in dismissal, they preserve traces. The raised bed, the ash line, the goat hair thread. What they miss is meaning. They see objects, the people see relationships. Inside the kraal, the rituals refine themselves. The ash line remains, but now it is drawn thinner, as if practice has made it precise. Mirrors are kept polished. Stones under the bed are smoothed by many hands. These are not signs of fear growing wild. They are signs of care becoming craft. A family that renews its protections is a family that knows the night can be unpredictable, whether the threat is a spirit, a thief, or sickness in the cattle. There are also skeptics among the people. Younger men who visit mission schools say, "There is nothing but rats." A few women, confident and sharp, laugh, "It's a tale to keep children still." And yet, at night, they too tuck their feet, and none of them walk whistling after dark. Doubt and belief live easily together here. The Tikoloshe's power does not depend on faith alone. It depends on habit, on memory, on the sense that the world is layered and that it is safer to respect those layers than to test them. Rhetorical hook. If something unseen keeps a family kinder, calmer, more watchful, is it a lie or simply another way of being wise? Even the laughter serves. Humor keeps the story warm, not cold. A grandfather tells of a Tikoloshe too lazy to climb a bed, so he slept on the floor and caught a chill. Children laugh until they fall over, but they still climb onto raised mats when the house quiets. The joke teaches without lecturing. Stay above what creeps. Meanwhile, the elders keep a different memory. They remember the fine at the magistrate's bench, the insult of being called superstitious, the relief when quarrels cooled. They remember the reed that cracked, the mirror that shone, the boy's hair knotted and then smoothed. They carry those nights like smooth stones in the pocket, felt, not flaunted. At dusk, the air is heavy with smoke and food. The Sangoma passes by nodding. He has not been called lately, but he watches. His hands are full of herbs. His eyes are full of knowing. He remembers, too, that the Tikoloshe is not just a story, but a mask for things that cannot be easily spoken. Anger, envy, shame, grief. A knot in the hair might hide a wound in the heart. A print in the ash might stand for an insult unhealed. The healer's work is not only to chase spirits, but to chase bitterness. Thus the Tikoloshe survives, even when dismissed. It lives because it adapts. It lives because it is useful. It is a trickster, a prankster, a scapegoat, a teacher. It can be laughed at, scolded, feared, or ignored, but it cannot be erased because it is stitched into things deeper than paper. Habit, speech, care. And so the village sleeps tonight, not in terror, but in rhythm. The ash lines are lighter, the mirrors quieter, the dog less tense. The raised beds feel almost like furniture again, not fortresses. But under each bed the stones still lie, the thread still knot. The door still holds a thin white line. The Tikoloshe is less guest and more neighbor now. Welcome if it teaches, unwelcome if it presses. The night grows deep. The people know the morning will come, but the small spirit's lesson stays. Keep watch, keep peace, keep the ordinary safe. Beyond the fence, reeds move once and settle. Inside, a grandmother tells a joke, and then, without breaking her smile, checks the lintel for the mirror. When the winds change, they do so without asking. A dry season in the 1850s lays its hand over the hills, and the rivers lower their voices. Dust clings to cattle hides, crops lean. In times like these, every sound carries farther. And in a land where daily stress tightens the air, old stories find new teeth. This is when traders and missionaries write more notes, when letters speak of hunger, unrest, movement. But in the crawls, the talk moves differently. It speaks of broken agreements, of jealousy stirring, of children waking uneasy. The Tikoloshe's name is not shouted, but threaded quietly. Did you hear the dog last night? The ash showed nothing, but the boy's hair was knotted. It is a language for things unsettled, for fears that find no other door. One evening, a hunter returns late, his spear heavier with failure than meat. He says he followed spoor near the Msunduzi and found prints that turned and vanished in stone. He swears a small shape moved across the reeds. The others laugh, but the laughter is thin. A small thing in the wrong season can loom large. The elders know that a mischief spirit's power is fed not only by belief, but by discord. The community tries to stay close. They speak more softly at the gate. They remind children not to whistle, not to leave food uncovered. The Sangoma walks more often, carrying mfifo for cleansing. A mirror shard is reset at a door. A triangle of stones is straightened. These gestures are not panic. They are rehearsal, a way of saying, we are ready even if nothing comes. Outside eyes continue to misread. Colonial diaries mention panic when a kraal renews its charms, though no panic lives there, only prudence. Some notes are kinder. A trader writes, when they fear envy, They speak of a goblin. When they fear sickness, they call for herbs. Another admits, the spirit is less a monster than a message. During these years, many Zulu families experience tension, not only from hunger, but from change. Mission schools open, new faiths challenge old songs, and some young men return from towns with laughter too quick for the elders' liking. In one house, a boy refuses the goat hair thread. In another, a mother secretly keeps it. This is how tradition bends, not breaking, but testing itself. And each test can bring a shadow. The idea that something small but watchful waits when respect slips. Political pressures add to the weight. Word spreads of treaties, of skirmishes, of new rules about grazing land. Some stories of mischief become protests in disguise. Complaints about unfair trade, debts, and taxes turned into whispers of a spirit sent by angry kin. The Tikoloshe remains useful because it is indirect. To accuse a neighbor of theft could start a fight. To suggest a small one visits at night warns without breaking ties. The watchers remain important. Men sit longer by the kraal, women sweep more carefully. Children learn to look for marks in ash. A young man from a mission school scoffs, but later is the first to say the dog moved strangely. Doubt is cheap. The sound of a paw on clay is expensive. What would you do, living then, when a cousin's anger might walk the night as a rumor or a spirit? Would you ignore it, or tie the thread anyway? This period also brings something new. Strangers collecting tales as if they were seeds. Ethnographers, men with notebooks, ask about little demons and write long pages about dwarf spirits. They listen, but they do not always hear. They mix songs and gossip, charms and laughter into paragraphs for distant readers. They cannot see the glue between them: family, respect, caution. But sometimes they catch an image: a grandmother holding a mirror at a door, a father raising a bed, a dog sleeping on the mat. And those images survive. By the end of this dry season, the rains return shyly. The land breathes again. The cattle drink deeper. The children laugh louder. The Tikoloshe's name falls back to a whisper, but it never disappears. The habits remain. Ash lines are thinner, but they are there. Stones still lie under beds. Goat hair still wraps an ankle or two. And so the spirit's legend grows not by terror, but by persistence. Each year adds a layer. Each crisis makes the story sharper. Each piece softens it, but never dissolves it. A grandmother still tells the child, "Feed in, quiet now," and the child still listens, partly because of love, partly because of curiosity, and partly because somewhere out in the reeds, a breeze stirs without cause. The lesson is clear. Spirits thrive where humans are unsettled. And when the world changes, as it always does, they change too. The rains return with their own language. Low clouds, steady drumming on the kraal's packed earth, the smell of green things coaxed awake. The valleys swell again, and with them comes a sense of plenty. But plenty, the elders say, can be as dangerous as drought. When stomachs are full, tempers can stir. When cattle grow strong, envy can sharpen its teeth. And somewhere in this balance, the little one's name rises again, not shouted, not feared, but mentioned, half smiling, half serious. In the 1860s, the outside world is even closer. Mission schools expand. Some chiefs make uneasy agreements with magistrates. Traders bring cloth, guns, new foods. Within these shifts, a familiar rhythm remains: family, cattle, land, and the memory of spirits watching. The Tikoloshe does not vanish with new things. Instead, it adapts. Children tease each other with it. Men mutter about it when beer loosens tongues. A missing tool. Perhaps the small one. A restless child. Maybe he played where he should not. The rituals continue. Beds are still raised. Ash lines still drawn. Mirror shards still catch the glow of fires. The difference now is conversation. Some youths, schooled in new tongues, say, "It's nothing but dream and fear." Others counter softly, "Dream and fear build fences too." A house that once bound goat hair around every ankle might now tie it only when a quarrel heats or a sickness lingers. The story thins, but does not break. Like a thread, it needs only a little tension to stay strong. There is an evening that stays in memory. A young woman, newly married, returns to her mother's kraal for a visit. She sleeps in the guest hut and wakes before dawn, laughing nervously. "Something touched my feet," she says. "Light as a reed." The hut is searched, nothing found. The watchers smile but refresh the ash anyway. They do it more for respect than fear. But the gesture matters. A story like this is a reminder. When life changes, when joy brings new eyes to a house, keep the old habits near. The healers remain the quiet center of this life. The Sangoma and the Inyanga continue to balance faith and practice, herbs and advice. They are not always called for mischief spirits now. Sometimes it is for stomach pains, sometimes for dreams. But each visit carries echoes. A root crushed, a powder burned, a chant whispered. It reminds everyone that life is layered, and unseen things have their place. Colonial pens record less wonder now and more rules. A court case here, a fine there, and the phrase "superstitious practices" appears often. The Tikoloshe becomes a line item in reports, a thing to be discouraged, even mocked. Yet at the kraal gate, the dog still turns its head at night. The grandmother still draws the line, not thicker, not thinner, but with the quiet confidence of one who knows the world is wider than any one law. Sometimes the spirit's name is used as shield. A man accused of theft may mutter about a visitor at night. A woman whose garden withers may hint at a small one walking her path. These hints are not proof. They are codes. They protect pride, warn rivals, shift blame, sometimes soften anger. The Tikoloshe becomes, as it always was, a language, a way to speak of tension without pointing too hard. At other times, the story is pure play. Children tie knots in each other's hair and shout, "The little one came." Young men challenge one another to sleep on the ground, teasing. Families laugh, but the rules remain. Feet inside, dog at the door, salt where milk is kept. And still, the quiet questions remain. Why does a child wake with pressure on the chest? Why does the dog refuse to bark? Why do some quarrels sour the air so quickly? The explanations vary. Modern minds might speak of stress, dreams, tricks of the body. But here, meaning matters more than mechanism, and the meaning is clear. The house must keep itself whole. The valley itself seems to hold memory. At certain bends in the river, reeds lean when no breeze moves. Stones glisten as if wet long after the sun. These are not proofs. They are reminders. To those who live here, the earth itself seems to say, "Remember your ties," rhetorical hook. Perhaps the Tikoloshe is less about what visits the night and more about what wakes inside us when something feels missing. By now, the being is part of identity. A Zulu man working at a mission farm might joke about the Tikoloshe in English, but at home, he still checks the door. A girl reading at school may laugh when classmates talk of goblins, but when she returns, She steps over the threshold carefully. Belief shifts shape, but memory stays. And so, under the bright moon or the heavy rain, the small one remains close. Not always feared, not always seen, but always ready to remind a people who they are. A circle of voices, a fire in the center, a world full of visible and invisible ties. The night is long, the hills listen, and somewhere by the river reeds move again. Rain runs in silver threads down the thatched roofs. The kraal smells of wet earth and warm hides. It is late in the decade now, and the world beyond these hills grows noisier with each passing month. Wagons groan on the roads, and more letters arrive from the south and east. Some about trade, some about war. But tonight, the only news the village cares for is the news of footsteps. The Tikoloshe's story has grown quieter in tone, but heavier in meaning. People do not fear it as much as they respect it. They treat it as a kind of mirror. When quarrels rise, when food grows scarce, when jealousy flares, someone will speak its name. And when people speak its name, others listen. The watchers are still here, though they age. Their sons sit with them. Their daughters sweep the thresholds. They have seen too many seasons to scoff. They know that laughter turns sharp, that envy finds ways to walk even when legs are tired. They also know that sometimes a broken fence or a wandering jackal leaves marks that can be mistaken for something smaller and stranger. So they do not rush. They watch, but the clash with authority sharpens again. By the 1860s, Shepstone's system is in place. Chiefs hold courts, but always under the shadow of the colonial bench. Missionaries push harder against heathen practices. Some homesteads hide their charms. Some burn them before visitors arrive. The Tikoloshe, though, does not care. He lives in memory, not in law. There is a case that echoes across the district. A young man dies in his sleep after an argument over land rights. His family says he was pressed in the night. They show the magistrate a line of ash broken by small prints, a mirror turned to the wall. The magistrate writes fever in his book. The family plants a thorn branch at the gate and speaks no more. This moment becomes a quiet rebellion. Villagers learn to give officials one story and keep another. In the daytime, they nod and say, "No, sir, we have no charms." At night, they draw the ash line thicker. They sleep closer. They remember. The spirit's image begins to bend with the times. The word itself is heard in other tongues now. Mission boys use it in jokes. Traders mention it in letters. Some newspapers print it, and yet the shape shifts. To outsiders, it becomes an African goblin, a thing to fear or laugh at. To those who live here, it is still something else, a knot of meanings: envy, secrecy, caution, care. The healers notice the change. They speak less of creatures and more of causes. They say, "A restless night? Fix the quarrel first." They teach children to tie knots not only to scare but to remember. They tell the young men who scoff, "The spirit is nothing but your anger-given feet." The young men do not always agree, but they listen. This is the second summit of our story. The confrontation, not only with spirits, but with power. The Tikoloshe stands at the edge of two worlds, the inward world of belief and the outward world of law. The magistrate's court wants proof. The village wants safety. The spirit needs neither. It needs only attention. When the rains fall hardest, when thunder cracks across the ridges, the kraal seems to tighten like a fist. Children are brought closer to the fire. Dogs curl near the doors. Mirrors glint. And outside, in the hammer of water, reeds bend too far and do not break back. Someone sees a small print in the mud, maybe only a goat's, maybe something else. They do not chase. They only speak softly. He still walks. Rhetorical hook. If belief can survive a ledger's ink and a stranger's laughter, what does that say about the strength of the unseen? The rain eases by morning. The village breathes. But the memory of the small one remains at the edge of sight, like the steam that rises from wet earth. The magistrate can write what he likes. The missionaries can burn what they like. The people will still step carefully at night, feet tucked in, voices lowered, stones cool under the bed. The rains fade into sunlight, and the hills rise green again. It is the early 1870s now, and the Zulu kingdom is both proud and tense. Kings rise, Mpande has passed, Quechua builds his strength, and the world beyond is crowded with maps and rifles. But inside the kraals, daily life is still measured in cattle, laughter, quarrels, songs, and a careful awareness of the unseen. The Tikoloshe is still spoken of, though more often as a caution than a terror. At dusk, the homestead moves like a machine well rehearsed. Goats are penned, pots are scrubbed, ash lines are renewed even when no one expects company. For some it is superstition, for others it is memory, for many it is simply habit. When a grandmother draws the line across the sill, she's also drawing a line across time. The child watching does not yet know about colonial courts or rifles. He knows that the night is bigger than he is, and that safety is a craft. This period brings changes, though. Mission schools are teaching new songs. Traders are selling glass beads, tin cups, even small mirrors more cheaply. Some younger people laugh at charms. But even as they laugh, they rarely step barefoot at night. It is a strange dance. 1 foot in the mission house, 1 foot still on clay packed hard by old rituals. The healers adapt too. A Sangoma no longer always speaks of spirits. Sometimes he talks of illness, of bad water, of hot blood. An Inyanga might prepare herbs, but also ask about quarrels. The language broadens. The small one walks when anger walks. It is less about fear and more about order. Families are told to settle disputes quickly, to share beer, to greet ancestors before planting. A goat hair thread is tied not only for spirits, but for luck. A tiny prayer at the ankle. Colonial pens keep writing. Reports mention native charms and dwarf demons. Some books of travel publish sketches. A bent figure, hairy, with large eyes. The truth is lost in translation, but something remains. Evidence of a practice to keep houses strong. A memory that mischief must be met with care. One recorded story from this time lingers. It is of a woman whose baby sickened. She swore she saw a shape in the rafters, small and watching. The magistrate wrote delirium. The missionary wrote pagan fear. But the family cleaned the hut, burned herbs, settled an old quarrel with a neighbor, and the child grew well. Which remedy worked? Perhaps all of them. Perhaps none. The point is that the family acted. Action brings calm. Calm closes doors. Rhetorical hook. In a world where many things can harm, a germ, a grudge, a drought, is it foolish to believe in what keeps you alert? By now, the Tikoloshe is not only a night walker. It is a story in the markets, a joke on the lips of young men, a warning in the songs of mothers. Its role shifts, sometimes blamed, sometimes teased, always remembered. The community uses it to explain, to protect, to teach, and though outsiders scoff, the habit remains. The raised bed still stands. The ash line still shines dull in the firelight. The dog still lifts its head when the wind is too quiet. As the 1870s turn toward storms of politics and war, the kraals are still circles of memory. Between the cattle and the clay, the small one stays. Not always feared, but always present. The air feels heavy now, not only with weather, but with history moving faster. By the mid-1870s, the hills of KwaZulu echo with rumors of war, and the umuzi, the homestead, becomes both refuge and listening post. Yet even in these tense years, the language of the small spirit holds its place. The Tikoloshe has learned to walk in more than just night. He travels now in stories, jokes, warnings. Even in the pauses between drums, life is busier, more anxious. Men leave to work in distant fields or towns. Some return with strange words and clothes. Some do not return at all. Mission churches call louder. Magistrates call stricter. But inside the kraal, the same gestures repeat. The bed raised, the ash line drawn, the mirror shard wiped clean. These are not quaint habits. They are continuity, a way of saying, this house remembers itself, and then a night comes when old fears are tested. The cattle are restless. A child wakes screaming of weight on the chest. At dawn, a heel mark glistens in the ash. It is small but deep, as if made by something sure of itself. The family does not panic. They act. A goat hair thread is tied tighter. A sachet of herbs tucked under the bed. The sangoma is called quietly, not for spectacle, but for counsel. His words are measured. Fear does not always lie, but it can make you forget your manners. Keep the gate closed. Keep your voices soft. This is what the Tikoloshe has become, a reminder of balance. Disagreements are settled faster now, before they can sour. When a cousin arrives with a frown, he leaves with a drink. When a debt is mentioned, the payment is arranged. The spirit's name is shorthand for tension, spoken to cool a room before anger walks it. At the same time, outsiders keep collecting and retelling. Travelers draw it as a goblin with a swollen head. A missionary calls it Satan's monkey. A newspaper in Cape Town mentions native dwarf demon. None of these match the quiet, practical way the kraal speaks of it, as a force of mischief, a mask for jealousy, sometimes a story to keep children close to the fire, and sometimes, in laughter, a kind of folk therapist. The old women still rule the nights. They tell the children, keep your feet in. They scatter salt and ash as easily as sweeping. To them, the world is full of currents you cannot see. They remember times when anger nearly broke a family, and how the small one's name cooled the air. They know that in troubled seasons, spirits, real or imagined, are excuses for care. Politics sharpens the edges. In some villages, the British flag is near. In others, distant. Men talk of guns and treaties, of Quechua and white councils. But even as war talk builds, there are nights when everyone in the kraal sits closer to the fire, quiet, because the dog has pricked its ears and the reeds moved by the fence. Old habits do not die when cannons are being polished. They deepen. Rhetorical hook. Is the Tikoloshe a creature? Or a conversation? A way to keep order when the world outside grows louder? The mark in the ash fades by morning. Life continues. The child is calmer. The cattle settle. But the sachet stays under the bed. The cord stays tied. And the mirror stays where it is. Some things you do not remove when the world is uncertain. By now, the story has grown many skins: fear, humor, caution, heritage. Outsiders write their versions, insiders live theirs. In the kraal, no one argues the truth too hard. Whether he is real or rumor, the small one has done his work again. He has drawn the people together, made them gentler, quieter, more careful with one another. As the sun lifts higher, the grandmother takes a stone from under the bed and moves it a finger's width, making the triangle perfect. She says nothing, but the house seems to breathe easier. The valley is restless now. The mid to late 1870s tighten like a bowstring, every path buzzing with movement. Messengers carrying word of Sechwayo's gatherings, traders whispering about guns, missionaries pushing lessons faster. The kraal listens. It tends its cattle, but the ears of the house are tilted toward change. In this atmosphere, small signs grow larger. A stick falling in the night makes people pause. A dog whining can stir a memory. The Tikoloshe is not forgotten. He shifts shape again, from a creature of mischief to a silent signal. Families remember the old words. When tension rises, keep your doors clean, your beds lifted, your words softer. The rituals are lighter but sharper. Salt is thrown at thresholds not in fear, but in discipline. Clay marks are drawn more as signatures than charms. The old woman in the house still ties goat hair threads, though she calls them just in case. And the children, though they laugh, still tuck their feet inside the blanket because laughter is braver when you also listen. A story spreads through nearby valleys. A young man returning from town fell ill after a quarrel about wages. He dreamt of something small pressing his chest, his breath locked like a door. The Inyanga said it was sickness, but added, anger opens a path. The family made peace with an uncle. They burned herbs. The young man recovered. To them, cause and cure were intertwined. The Tikoloshe was a name for trouble, yes, but also a way to remind the heart to settle. Outsiders continue their translations. In some mission papers, the Tikoloshe becomes a cautionary joke, a way to shame backwardness, but other notes are more careful. The native people believe a small mischief spirit visits the angry, the proud, or the careless. They treat it by mending quarrels and honoring ancestors. Even filtered, the pattern is clear. A name turned into action, a fear turned into care. Rhetorical hook. What if every haunting is only a warning about something broken? Fences, promises, tempers. Would you still call it unreal? The watchers are quieter now, but present. They walk the kraal at night with more weight in their thoughts, about land, about new laws, about the white forts rising in distance. Yet they still kneel at doorways to check ash lines, still straighten a mirror shard, still hush a child's whistle. A land in tension does not forget its smaller rules. The dogs, too, seem changed, more alert, less playful. They sense the worry that travels with the men who meet under moonlight to talk of chiefs and guns. The kraal becomes a circle of waiting, and in that waiting, the Tikoloshe serves another role. It keeps people together. A family that watches its steps, listens for small signs, and treats each other carefully is a stronger family. Sometimes the spirit's name is used to ease what cannot be spoken. A mother scolds her son for staying away too long. The small one will trip you. A grandfather warns a reckless youth. Quarrels invite eyes you cannot see. They are less about belief now, more about teaching. But the habit stays alive because it works. Toward the end of the decade, storms rise, literal and political. Thunderheads form and crack across the hills. Roads grow busier with uniforms. Some nights the kraal is silent, but tense. The family gathered closer than usual, not for spirits, but for each other. And still the ash line is drawn, thin and firm. A private law no magistrate needs to see. By the hearth, an elder hums an old praise song. It is not about fear, it is about memory. Of reeds moving, of mirrors flashing, of quarrels healed, of laughter tied with thread. The Tikoloshe sits in that memory, not as a terror, but as a teacher. A reminder that the world is wide, but a house must be narrow enough for care to fill it. The kraal breathes through another season. It is the late 1870s now, the land caught between familiar rhythms and unfamiliar voices. Cattle bells still ring, fires still crackle, but beyond the ridges, new tensions bloom. Maps redrawn, soldiers moving, messages carried faster than before. Yet within the circle of huts, a grandmother still sets her fingers in ash. A father still lifts his bed on bricks, and the child still curls feet close when night comes. The Tikoloshe's name by now has become both serious and playful. It is spoken to scold, to tease, to warn. Outsiders might call it superstition, but inside, it is shorthand. Do not stir envy, someone says, or the small one will stir your sleep. It means, keep peace. The reed shook last night, another says, but no wind blew. It means, something is unsettled. Mend it. The creature is less a monster than a mirror, showing where cracks form in walls that should hold steady. Visitors, too, play their part. Traders bring glass mirrors, cheap and bright. Mission boys bring laughter. Officials bring rules. Some say the charms must go, that prayers should replace powders. Some villagers nod, but their hands do not forget old motions. A thread is tied anyway, quiet under the blanket. A mirror is tucked by the door. Ash falls in fine gray dust where feet might tread. One evening, a stranger stays the night. A clerk sent to deliver papers to a chief. He is curious, polite, but amused. He watches as the old woman dots the doorway with clay, sees the father sprinkle herbs, hears the children whisper about the little walker. Do you truly believe this thing comes? He asks. The grandmother does not look up. We believe in our house, she says. It stays whole when we remember it. Stories ripple outward. A man traveling to Pietermaritzburg claims a Tikoloshe followed him. A woman in another valley says it stole her comb. The missionary writes of restless devils. The trader laughs of native goblins. The newspaper turns it into a curiosity. But for the kraal, each story holds a kernel. Keep your home careful. Keep your family close. Sometimes the talk hides other things. A sick child might be called visited rather than ill. A theft might be whispered of as a spirit sent rather than accusing a cousin. These are ways of softening blows, of keeping harmony when tempers could break it. The Tikoloshe becomes a tool for diplomacy as much as for fear. The Sangoma sees the changes. He adjusts. Fewer charms, more counsel. He speaks of anger and pride. He prescribes as often a kind word as a powder. The small one, he says to a troubled house, loves quarrels. Give him none. The meaning is plain. Fix your life, and your nights will be lighter. Rhetorical hook. How many of our ghosts are just echoes of our own unrest? Yet, for all the words, some nights still hold mystery. A dog lifts its head and growls. The reed moves, though the wind is asleep. A single footprint appears in soft earth, small, alone, disappearing after 2 steps. No one screams. They only renew the ash, close the gate, call a cousin to share beer. The world beyond the kraal writes new chapters. Cetshwayo will soon face the British Empire. Wars will march. But inside, the house remains a circle, cautious and caring. The Tikoloshe, whether spirit or story, is still present, teaching families to keep their shadows small and their bonds strong. At dawn, the grandmother moves a stone under the bed, straightening the triangle. The child watches and asks, "Why always 3?" She smiles, because 3 remembers. Then she adds, 2 argues, 4 forgets. It is not only a joke, it is a way of keeping the world in order when so much beyond the ridge is tilting. The day grows brighter. People leave the kraal carrying tools, baskets, and secrets. But the doorways hold their faint white lines, the mirrors catch sunlight, and the little one, real or not, remains useful. A keeper of order, a whisper of caution, a silent witness to lives that know danger is always near when care is forgotten. The year turns, and the land tightens with change. By the late 1870s, the quiet watchfulness of the kraal stands against the loud rumble of politics and war. Beyond the hills, rumors swell, forts strengthened, regiments drilled, borders tested. Inside the circle of huts, the daily pace does not falter. Meals are cooked, cattle counted, children scolded. Yet the air is thinner. Even the dogs seem more alert. In this climate, every custom carries more weight. A mother tells her son, "Tie the thread tighter." A grandmother whispers, "No quarrels tonight." The Tikoloshe is still named, but the tone has shifted again. It is not terror, it is discipline. A word that stops gossip before it hardens, that cools a temper before it spills. Do not invite the small one, people say when voices rise. It means, let peace be the first guard. These are days when the spirit's image lives both inside and outside the kraal. Inside, it is familiar, the trickster, the visitor, the warning. Outside, it is a curiosity on paper, a word in reports, a crude sketch in a missionary's book. A journalist writes of the dwarf demon feared by the Zulu. The magistrate notes fines for witchcraft. The traveler laughs at superstitions. But even in scorn, the traces remain. Ash at a door, mirrors hung, stories half heard. The people adjust without surrendering. The healers speak more of health than spirits now. They say, boil the water, cool the anger, give the child shade. But they still use the language of the unseen when needed. The Tikoloshe walks where envy sits. They remind. It is both metaphor and memory, as useful as a proverb and as quiet as a prayer. One night, an incident reminds the kraal why the old ways linger. Cattle knock the fence. The dogs bark, but not loud. A child wakes with a cry. By morning, there are prints in the soft earth, small, oddly deep, leading nowhere. Perhaps an animal, perhaps only mud's trick. Yet no one shrugs. The ash line is renewed, the bed's checked. A cousin visits with beer. These are not acts of fear. They are acts of belonging. Even the young men who boast of schooling pause when a grandmother scolds. Tie the knot. They obey, not because they believe in a creature crouching at the door, but because they believe in her. In this, the Tikoloshe is no longer just a spirit. It is a thread of respect, a way of listening to voices older than law, rhetorical hook. Perhaps every generation needs a name for the things they cannot control. Does it matter if the name has feet? By now, the outside world is very close. Traders talk of King Cetshwayo's rising power. Soldiers march. The British Empire eyes Zululand. Papers in Cape Town write about native fears. but the crawl is steadier than it seems. It knows the value of quiet. It knows that order begins at the hearth. And so even when the horizon is full of muskets, the doorway still holds its ash line, thin and firm, drawn by a steady hand. The grandmother hums as she moves a mirror shard into the morning light. When the world grows loud, she says, we must grow quieter. A child laughs and runs off, his thread at the ankle catching the sun. The fathers nod, silent but listening. In the small habits, in the ordinary gestures, the unseen is kept close but gentle. The reed at the fence sways once that night. Perhaps from wind, no one checks. The dog lifts its head, then rests again. Peace is not perfect, but it is enough. And the story moves on. The road lifts and drops like a long breath through sugarcane and pine, and a minibus, white and dusty, nudges along it with a window full of faces. Inside, tourists pass a bottle of water and a phone bright with maps. Outside, KwaZulu-Natal's hills do what hills have always done, hold stories in their folds. The driver hums a hymn and flicks the indicator. The bus turns through a gate painted with ochre stripes and stops at a cluster of round huts with high thatch, a stick fence, and a signboard lettered in black. Tikoloshe proof bed, demonstration at noon. The guide steps down first. He is tall, a long leather strip tied at his wrist, jeans faded, a shirt with heritage trails stitched above a pocket. He greets in uneasy Zulu and English both, palm forward, palm back, voice precise. He is the old homestead's grandson, grown into modern shoes. He is also a businessman. He walks the group toward a hut, where a bed, wooden, simple, is jacked up on red bricks, 3 soft white river stones tucked beneath, a sliver of mirror glinting from a notch in the doorway. The smell of mfefo, wild sage, threads the air, not heavy, just the note of resin under dust and sunblock. He asks them to step in. In the old days, he says and smiles because he uses the phrase knowing how it sounds to ears flown here on metal birds. We sleep off the ground for many reasons. Snakes, damp, insects, yes, and the small one who walks in mischief. He taps the bed frame. The wood knocks like a drum. This, raised, is a habit with many names. On the bed, a child sits in her bright shorts, legs tucked. She is not part of the show. She is a cousin told to stay out of the sun. She tugs a goat hair thread around her ankle and watches strangers with the casual curiosity of someone who speaks visitor and homestead both. The guide lifts a calabash bowl and pinches ash between finger and thumb. He draws a thin line along the sill, dots the corners, and blows a little dust under the bed. The tourists lean in with their phones. A woman whispers, "Look." It's exactly like the articles, and the guide's mouth softens. For him, those articles were missionaries' notes a century and a half ago. For them, it is a blog. He does not mock. He performs, and he teaches. His grandmother taught him that performance is also protection. This ash, he says, remembers fire. We lay it at night. In the morning you read what walked. He shows a triangle of white stones under the bed beam. 1 for the living, he says, touching the point. 2 for those who walked before us. A tourist laughs, not unkindly, and asks if the Tikoloshe is real. The guide avoids quick answers. He learned from elders that some truths are better shown than said. He is as real as a quarrel, he says, and a quarrel can suffocate a house. Heads nod because even people who sleep in high hotels know how envy breathes. Outside, a table is laid with souvenirs, the economy of fear in its cheerful t-shirts and beadwork. There are small sachets of salt labeled doorway salt, tiny mirrors in wire frames etched with home protector, polished stones bagged in threes, postcards of raised beds, key rings with a cartoon dwarf. A shy teenager, another cousin, threads blue beads into a bracelet under a banner that reads, Midlands Meander Art Stop, a route that, like much else, began in the mid-1980s when crafters and farmers on this very road made a map and invited the world. The guide shakes out sage smoke toward the group, pausing for anyone who wants a picture with the calabash. People cough, smile, pretend not to pose. The guide's grandmother sits in the shade and pretends not to watch them. Tourism has a way of sanding edges and polishing corners. The raised bed that, for a century and more, was a quiet tool against damp and dread, becomes a stage prop with a card explaining both sleep paralysis and mischief spirits in 2 paragraphs. The hut's doorway, once brushed with a mark that no visitor noticed, is now wiped and redrawn hourly. The child who listened to omens once now recites them for tips. A sign near the fence reads, "No whistling after dark." A rule that once kept mischief from being called, now keeps the experience feel true. The dog sleeps in his favorite patch of dust, indifferent to brand and branders both. Does this cheapen the old ways? The guide bites back the argument for later. He knows what the day will buy. The local shop sells Mfefo bundles tied with colorful thread. A nearby homestay advertises Tikoloshe-proof suites, authentic raised beds. At a B&B closer to the highway, bricks gleam beneath modern frames. The owner, Canny, tells guests it is tradition. It is also good airflow. In town, a cafe chalkboard offers Tikoloshe coffee, strong enough to raise the bed yourself. A boy wearing a cape made from a soccer flag struts past with a plastic spear, shouting that his baby sister needs a thread at her ankle, or the little one will steal her blanket. Tourists laugh. The grandmother does not. Then, seeing the boy's showy grin, she laughs with him and sends him for water. Inside the display hut, a panel gives dates, not for monsters, but for people. 1994, a bright, heavy year in memory, the end of one kind of law and the beginning of another, brought many visitors along this road to hear about kings and warriors and to watch dances they learned later also had prayer in them. 2000, the panel says, saw the Ukalamba Drakensberg Park declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site. The towering basalt and its ancient sandrock art folded into a global category called Outstanding Universal Value. The guide's hut is not in the park, but the same winds cross it. The same idea, intangible heritage, now travels in grant proposals and school field trips. A third line mentions 2010, when football flags were on every baccy in Boma. Even then, someone made money selling Tikoloshe-proof bricks at a stall near the stadium, and someone else put the name on a beer brewed small and talked loud. Someone always finds a pocket for the old stories. On a side table, a much-handled book sits heavy, a reprint of 19th century missionary diaries with their bewildered sketches and moral certainty. A caption explains how these early pens tried to describe charms and rites, and how, through their misunderstanding, certain phrases stuck. The label does not insult. It offers a simple sentence. Records show what recorders could see. The grandmother, who reading sums rather than paragraphs, knows this well. She remembers a colonial clerk in 1847 reducing a month of ash and worry to a line. Imp, fine, admonition. Long before modern tours, people were flattened to paper. If a raised bed is now flattened to a postcard, at least the family profits. A break in the talk brings a second scene. A tin-roofed building on the edge of a small town farther down the valley, half curio shop, half museum. Here, another guide, in a neat collared shirt, name tag pinned square, walks visitors past glass cases. Inside lie mirror shards, old carved snuff horns, a string of worn Isifonda bracelets cut from goat skin and kept for remembrance, and an Inyanga's notebook listing herbs by their praise names. Behind the glass, a photograph from the 1930s shows a row of beds on bricks in a rural school dormitory. Another from the 1960s shows an urban women's hostel with beds lifted high. The caption admits two truths. The bricks fight both damp and dread. One is not less practical than the other. On one wall, a panel tries to knit old to new with modern words about psychology and social stress, about shared night terrors. Another panel counters with quotes from oral histories where the Tikoloshe is a quarrel with legs, a rumor with claws, a truth that polite mouths cannot hold. In the middle is a display called From Scare to Share, with children's games and rhymes, clapping songs that smuggle fear into play and spin it into laughter. The museum sells small activity books with puzzles about footprints and fences, and carries a stack of printed itineraries for self-guided folklore trails that wind you past a river bend, a spring, a rocky ridge, and a roadside stall where you can buy a packet of salt labeled for sills and sauce. You are told to sprinkle some in soup and some at your door. People do. The soup tastes bright. The door looks safer. The guide at the hut is careful in the way he frames the past for paying eyes. He does not say the Tikoloshe will come tonight. He says disrespect will. He demonstrates a binding cord tied with goat hair and speaks not of trapping a demon, but of tying a promise to keep the house from shouting, to keep the gate from gossip. He sprinkles the intertwined like a gardener watering a path. He calls the mirror a reminder. He avoids the English word exorcism, which has more smoke than sense in it. He uses cooling instead. He says aloud what elders taught in riddles. If nothing is invited, less comes. A woman from the city, a local tourist this time, not foreign, leans in and tells her own story. In the township where she grew, her bunk bed sat on paint tins because the hostel matron feared the little man. Nobody laughed then. Years later, she lifts her own children's beds on bricks. For airflow, she says, but when her grandmother visits, the old woman smiles and says, and for the night walker, and no one corrects her. They are both right. They place a mirror near the door. It catches sun by day and coal red by night. If no mischief comes, the mirror is still bright, and if it does, the mirror is a witness. A museum might frame this as syncretism, old practices sutured to new reasons. The family just calls it keeping house. Beyond the tour and the displays, a quieter commerce thrives. Sangomas who now print appointment times on flyers, Inyangas whose herbs come with typed instructions and cautions about dosage. The doorway kits that once lived hidden in rafters now sometimes sit on shelves, discreet but for sale. A small packet of ash made from last winter's hearth, a twist of goat hair, a sliver of glass, river stones smoothed and bagged in threes. The label suggests placing them under the bed for balance, a word that speaks well to visitors. On the same shelf, a thin book written by a local teacher explains that raised beds fight tuberculosis by letting air move. He is not wrong. On the next page, he acknowledges that fear of a small hand at the ankle, persuades people to lift their bedding who might not be persuaded by germ theory. He is not wrong either. The digital world makes all this faster. Clips of Tikoloshe-proof beds collect hearts on phones. A trend floats in from nowhere and shows people sprinkling salt, not as protection, but as punctuation to a joke. Teenagers film late-night hunts with torches. Their dogs, patient, play along. On messaging groups, cousins send voice notes of a headboard thumping. He's here. And then laugh. Memes draw him with glowing eyes, riding household cats like war horses. A small movie plays at a community hall. Indie horror made by local hands. A quick story of a bed too low and a voice too loud at a party. The screams are enjoyable because the hall's lights will come on again. The old grandmother watches the movie and shakes her head but claps when the credits roll because the director's aunt sits beside her. The same devices carry heavier things. When gossip smolders, accusation can sweep faster than any reed shiver. A rumor of a witch or a spirit still has heat. Healers complain that police call them when parties break up over allegations, that radio shows invite them to debate modernity at midnight. A late caller says she woke pressed, could not move. The co-host reads a text about rematonia. Another caller insists a neighbor sent something. The station juggles science, belief, ratings, and respect. The healer smiles into a mic and says the oldest thing in the room: make peace first, sleep will follow. This tour economy also courts pride and danger. Pride, because songs and rites stand on stages and do not vanish in silence. Danger, because what is sold can be simplified beyond use. A staged, witch-smelling dance with face paint but no context can twist history into spectacle. A guide hurries to explain that around here, witch-smelling was contested, feared as much as feared for. He points back to the bed on bricks. This is not aggression, he says. This is defense. We prefer to sleep. The bus nods, relieved. Defense is a language even cities speak. Sometimes tourists ask for the real ritual. The guide shrugs. The real one, he says, never looks good on camera. It involves strangers leaving the hut, women scolding men, men scolding themselves, a lot of quiet, and a wash that smells of roots and rain. It involves children being sent to play so they do not absorb the family's heat. It can take a night or 3. It rarely has a drum you can clap to. It often ends with a goat eaten and a bracelet tied and nobody taking a photo. The group laughs, awkward with that intimacy barred to them. They buy bracelets and stones and step into the sun. If you step away from the bus and walk a little, the path that tourists take turns narrow and familiar. A reed bed trembles beside the stream as water mutters over stones. A placard nailed to a post tells a brief version of the 1830s Natal rumors and the 1847 ledger of a magistrate, how accusations and protections danced in a drought. The placard is the shape paper makes of memory. The stream is the shape memory makes of itself. Nearby, a metal bin glints. Someone has thrown a plaster saint's picture into it. Someone else a bundle of sage. Syncretism in the trash. Syncretism in the air. Past the bend, a mural shows a small, crouched figure with 2 big eyes and a cat under him. The caption says, "Mind your envy." A child touches the painted cat's tail and runs. What persists, even among credit card machines and hashtags, is household choreography. At the end of the day, when the bus is gone, the guide's grandmother walks inside with her bowl. She lays the ash line thinner than she drew it for show. She dots the corners as she has for 60 years. She checks the mirror shard and slides it a finger width so it faces the lane just so. She straightens the triangle of stones and hums a lullaby that her own grandmother likely hummed while a magistrate rode somewhere making notes on cases he did not fully understand. The guide, back from the table where he sold salt and stories, sets his phone face down. He ties a thread around the bed beam and is surprised to feel better. He is a modern man. He loves what markets can do for a stubborn valley. He also thinks of a cousin he has not visited and decides to take beer there tomorrow. In town, a meeting gathers in a municipal hall. A poster announces intangible heritage and local economies. Teachers, elders, small business owners, a museum curator, a city official, 2 young filmmakers, and a professor with careful shoes sit in a circle of plastic chairs. They speak of branding and respect, of what to put in brochures and what to keep behind doors. The curator argues for better captions on artifacts. The professor warns against making everything a commodity. He also notes that facilitated tours keep money in the district. The elder woman listens, then says, "We can show a raised bed without showing the argument that raised it." Heads bob. Someone writes that down for the funding application as if it were their own thought. The discussion turns to the way the legend speaks today. Children make videos, the teacher says, and in them, the little one is a joke. An older woman counters, "Let them joke. Laughter is a charm." A young man worries about harm when trolls accuse women of sending Tikoloshes to men who spurn them. The police officer present talks about cases. The professor talks about moral panics. The elder talks about cooling a kraal. The city official wants a trail with signage and bathrooms. The filmmaker wants to cast his aunt as the fierce grandmother. The museum wants donors. The economy wants movement. The past wants to be carried. The future wants to sell tickets and still make room for a quiet line of ash drawn by a hand that does not need applause. Night folds the ridge. The tour huts shut their doors. The signboard hangs sleepy on its wire. In a house out of sight of the road, a dog lifts its head and does not bark. A bed on bricks holds the weight of 2 adults, a child between them, and a world of named and unnamed protections tucked in the rafters and under the floor. A mirror catches one coal's red and throws it back to the door. The grandmother dreams of reeds that do not move unless wind says so. The guide dreams of brochures that do not lie. The child dreams of a small shape that can climb cats and shelves, but cannot climb laughter when it is thick and shared. Tomorrow, a different bus will come. School children, perhaps, in T-shirts printed for a Heritage Day, with flags and drums, who will sit and listen and then run to the souvenir table shouting for salt and beads. The day after, none will come. Rain will fall, and the valley will belong to its own sound. The day after that, a historian will arrive with a camera and a list of questions, and will leave with fewer answers than he wanted, but more images than he can carry. And the old hut will keep its 2 lives, public and private, postcard and practice. The story has walked far from the first hut where a dog would not bark, where a heel and ash trembled a house into care. It wears new shoes, tourism, film, postcards, memes, and it still carries the same bones. It reminds the living, keep order, keep peace, keep watch. The bricks under beds are less about monsters than about good sleep. The apron of ash at the door is less about demons than about the dignity of declaring your threshold. The legend has been laughed at by London papers, by travelers, by children. And yet, when the night is long and the quarrel is near, a family somewhere in these hills still uses the old kit: stone, ash, thread, mirror, herb, and finds the air easier to breathe. That, the grandmother would tell you, is a better measure of real than any museum label. At the edge of the tourist yard, a path runs beyond the fence, away from painted signs and card machines, into open grass. It holds footprints of birds, cows, 2 children, and something that knows to avoid mud. The path leads to a river bend where reeds sometimes twitch though the wind is asleep. On a stone warmed by sun sits a smooth river stone with 3 small marks: a child's game, a tour guide's lesson, or a house's private geometry left here as a promise. Anyone can pick it up. Most do not. Most stand, feel the weight of the hill, smell sage and cooking smoke from somewhere away. Remember a story about a small one who walks where anger walks, and put their own feet a little closer together as they turn back. In the morning, the minibus returns for a new set of faces. The signboard creaks. The guide smiles his greeting. As he steps inside the hut to show the bed on bricks, he reflexively does something no brochure mentions. He tucks the corner of a blanket back onto the frame so it will not dangle. The gesture is tiny, older than money, smarter than display. It is not for show. It is for sleep. Evening folds over the hills like a blanket, warm and deep. The kraal smells of wood smoke and cool earth, but tonight the noise is from beyond the fence. A radio crackling in Easy Zulu, a bus grinding gears far off, someone's laughter carrying thin over the grass. The world has grown closer, louder, but the house still closes its circle as it always has. The mirror shard is straightened, the stones are checked, and the thin white line of ash is drawn with a hand that remembers more than it trembles. This is the last movement of our story, but not the end of the story itself. The Tikoloshe has walked through seasons of dread and seasons of laughter, through drought, quarrels, law courts, wars, and buses full of tourists. He has been a scapegoat, a teacher, a joke, a tourist trinket, a whisper in a grandmother's throat. At times he has seemed a shadow with feet. At times, only a word that cooled tempers. What holds steady through every shape is not fear, but attention. A family noticing itself, a community looking inward before it blames outward, a culture using a name to hold many meanings at once. Now the lamps burn lower. A mother finishes a story, a father moves a dog closer to the door. A young man checks his phone, and then, smiling at some distant thing, sets it down to help tie a thread at his nephew's ankle. The grandmother hums a tune the boy does not know the words to. It is enough that the melody remembers. The wind turns, the reeds move, and no one is afraid. Tonight there is no quarrel, no weight on the chest, no smudge in the ash. The house breathes evenly. The spirit, if he walks, finds only calm, finds no cracks to enter. Perhaps he walks past. Perhaps he sits outside and listens. Or perhaps he is here and always was. Not as a creature, but as the sharp edge of care, the breath of caution, the comfort of order. When dawn comes, there will be no new print, no startled cry. There will be only work and laughter and chores. But under the beds, the stones will still lie cool. The mirror will still catch light. The ash will still wait to be swept and redrawn. The world outside can change again. Machines, flags, papers, promises. But inside a circle of huts, the night will always belong to those who keep it. We close, not with fear, but with weight balanced on quiet things. The Tikoloshe is more than a mischief spirit. He is a record of care. His steps are the shape of quarrels cooled and families mended, of sleep made safer by habit, of the world's loudness shut out by a line of ash and a simple mirror. We have walked with him from the 19th century's kraals, where cattle lowed and children hid feet, to the courts where clerks tried to name him, to museums and markets where he became beadwork and jokes, and finally to homes where his name is half teasing, half warning, never quite gone. The lessons are old, but do not age. They are in the raised bed, which is also ventilation. They are in the thread, which is also memory. They are in the ash, which is also discipline. Sweep, redraw, sweep, redraw. Perhaps all that matters is this, that houses stay whole when people believe in keeping them whole, and that sometimes a story, even a mischievous one, is the best broom. What about us? Listening now. We do not live by reed fences or goat hair, yet we know quarrels that sour the air, nights made heavier by regret. Would we not be safer with our own ash lines, our own mirrors? Would we not sleep more soundly if we learned to tie threads around our pride and keep envy out at the gate? So remember this, long after the small prints fade. The Tikoloshe is a servant of attention. He walks wherever anger feeds him, but he leaves where kindness lives. Sleep low, speak softly, settle your debts, forgive when you can. The night belongs to those who know how to close a door gently.